Good morning, traders. Anthony Cordelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live. Here on this Tuesday morning, joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shukart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Everyone's wondering when I said there's more to meets the eye to Craig Shapiro.
Can't tell
we
yet.
Can't talk. It's coming. I can't wait. And on the big screen, senior market strategist, the most handsome man on Ninja Trader Live. Well, second most handsome. Sorry, Jimmy. Well, actually, Jimmy is the most handsome for sure. Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. You know, the rain is gone. The sun is out down here on the island, and the treasuries are sprouting in every garden in America right now.
Speaking of treasuries, we are almost a 3% or 3 handle on the 10-year. It's coming. You know, it's a little bit of news overnight. So overnight, obviously, good morning, Chad. Hope everyone's doing well. Equities give back yesterday's gains. We'll talk macro with the gang here in a second. But China pushing back, some tariff talk again. It's back into the headlines. What's interesting is we're still inside the move from Friday. So a lot of volatility with inside the big bar from last week, and not a surprise that we're going to have this back and forth with China right now. Not a surprise that equity indexes are getting busy, so we'll talk about that. What does get interesting today, and I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about it again, is Treasuries, 4.02% this morning on the 10-year. Bond market's up across the tape. I've been talking about that, saying that's the dip you really want to buy if it does happen, just because we've talked about it. Really, it's Trader Vic. I'm kind of stealing his stuff. It's okay. You take from the ones that are better than you, and he talked about that. The short end of the curve, not too bid, really, but long end is bid. We'll talk with you guys again about that more. But for the most part, equities are the story. Oh, actually, gold is probably still the story, to be honest with you, up 0.5%. And again, we'll get to the tape in a little bit. But Shai, give us the news.
Right. So it looks like the trade war is back on again. We had China escalate the trade war. They sanctioned the U.S. units of a South Korean shipping giant and threatened further retaliatory measures on the industry and kind of the latest tit-for-tat moves as Beijing and Washington jockey for leverage before expected trade talks. This is important because these vessels are responsible for moving more than 80% of international trade. And the U.S. does have sanctions on China's ships as well, not sanctions, so to speak, but they are charging Chinese ships extra when they come into U.S. ports. China's after that, so we do have, did have indices down overnight on this trade war, and vice versa. We had bonds up globally on this news as well. U.S. 2-year treasuries fell as much as 4 basis points to 3.47, lowest since April. So we have bonds up, indices down, which is important because they've kind of been moving in tandem, and we're starting to see that correlation break a little bit just lately. Then we also have Energy Intelligence Forum in London is going on right now. We've had 2 big CEOs speak already this morning, literally saying what I have been saying. We have the Total Energy CEO said that shale will start slowing down at $60 a barrel. He told reporters, our view is that from, this is a quote, our view is that from, I would say, mid-2026, the non-OPEC supply will be much lower, no growth, and then OPEC is really in control of the market. We also had ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance said all this bearishness in the market is not evident in the physical market. U.S. stocks are slow. OECD stocks are not building. And as for OPEC plus addition, a lot of that are quote unquote paper barrels, and he doesn't see this glut that people are talking about. I've been saying this forever, so now here you go, 2 CEOs of very large companies reiterating what I have been saying. We had a wild ride in the silver market overnight. We hit an all-time high, and then we had kind of a little flash crash, and it has since bounced from that. Obviously, this whole squeeze, or part of this whole squeeze, is concerned about lack of liquidity in London. This has been just the latest squeeze. We've talked about the fundamentals before. There's still, we still have a supply deficit in the market that's ever growing, but the LME has been on a hunt for silver because obviously every time you trade silver, it has to be backed up by an actual bar of silver, and there has been a shortage of silver bars in LME, and so we now hear that hopefully those silver bars will start arriving in the coming weeks. So we did have a little bit of a flash crash kind of on that news, but again, bounced up again because that's kind of esoteric. We may have bars in the coming weeks. So that was the news that dropped it, but in reality, what does that mean actually? Won't really matter until they actually start showing up at the LME. And then last but not least, we had the U.S. small business optimism came out this morning and fell to a 3-month low. And we have 4 Fed speakers today at 8:45. We have Bowman at 12:20. We have Powell. That'll probably be a biggie. 3:25 Waller and 3:30 Collins.
No data today?
No data today. Small business optimism index was the only data, and that came out earlier this morning.
Got it. Some earnings, which I'm sure Craig will probably talk about with the banks, but that was an 8% move in silver. Like that.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting about this, Shai, and we talk about this the same thing with equities, when you get a primary bull market as strong as silver and there's a little bit of a reason to sell, this is what happens, right? Look at crypto. It's the same thing. I mean, this is the age, the era that we're in right now of these just one-dimensional moves. I can't remember any moves like this when I first began to trade. It was just, there was a lot more back and forth. It was more predictable in the ranges. It was just never it was like this methodical move up across all the different commodities. It wasn't like these straight moves higher. Like even, again, I was thinking, looking at cattle the other day. We remember we had people on here talking about that. I mean, that chart just everything looks parabolic, right? Everything looks like this. And so anytime you get any sort of headlines, little bits of cracks within these big bull markets or bear markets, we just don't have many of them right now. This is what happens. And so, again, not a surprise to see silver have that kind of volatility on the high. Remember, nobody wants to be the last one to sell. If you've been holding silver for a while, it makes all-time highs. One little thing like this, it could drive it. Craig, what'd you see overnight?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this idea that we've been talking about this vol suppression story. The administration's been a vol suppressor. The Fed's been a vol suppressor everywhere. And that's allowed for systematic flows to continue to come into markets, general risk on tape. And what we talked about last week was this move in dollar yen kind of being that first crack, a fundamental event. That election really started to dislodge some of the FX stability. And so we saw FX vol start to pick up. Then we saw commodity vol start to pick up, precious metal vol. We had that big day last week, that reversal day, which kind of scared some people. Oil broke down from a range, so oil vol started to pick up. And now we're finally back into this trade war vol story. And it's important because every day that we've gone by without Trump kind of tweeting, people have felt very comfortable with the systematic flows coming in, the daily grind higher. And now all of a sudden, we're in this trade war again where headline risk becomes an issue again. And why that's important is because the systematic flows don't really necessarily care about that. But when vol starts to pick up, it's forced deleveraging. And so what we've seen now the last couple of days, even yesterday's big up day, realized volatility now is spiking again. And so while everyone focuses on the VIX and focuses on implied, these vol control funds are based on realized vol. And so now you have 1 month realized vol moving back above 3 month realized vol. That's a systematic throttle or a trigger for funds to start delevering. And so now we start to have some of that systematic support we've had starting to go the other way. So now all the other fundamental things that we've been talking about, the credit issues, maybe some of the weakness in earnings. There's a lot of bank stuff, out this morning. JP Morgan a little weak, Wells a little bit better, Goldman a little weaker. So yesterday, Fastenal, big industrial distributor, very weak numbers. So if we start to get some of that fundamental news and we get fundamental selling alongside systematic selling, then you start to, we'll paint the narrative in hindsight, but some of that weakness is, I think makes a lot more sense.
And this will also force CTAs to deleverage as well. So after you have these systematic strategies, people having to deleverage, then CTA is likely to fall. So we could have a lot more volatility in store.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case. And deleveraging doesn't mean bearish. It just means that there's actually selling now, right? And there's not people just straight up buying every single day. I mean, talk to us.
It's also positioned, just crowded positioning being unwound, right? And so you have a lot of long short folks who are, long good companies, short bad companies. Then you get a reversal of that. You get, the longs going down, shorts going up, kind of forces some of that deleveraging. We've seen that a lot in the multi-manager community, over the course of the last, several years. But with volatility and the now implied starting to move up and realized starting to move up, we have some of that pressure coming from the systematic community. It's creating more of a two-way tape. It's creating more respect for these levels, and now we're back into a negative gamma position too for S&Ps, whereby dealers are trading with the market now. So as the market falls, dealers are selling to hedge their own exposures into that, and as the market rallies, like we saw yesterday, dealers were buying to exacerbate the move. So a little bit more of that volatility, I think. With some of the fundamental news and the unknown regarding this trade war. Look, China ratcheted back up the trade war last night after Trump said no big deal. We'll see if he reacts to it today. But now traders have to think about this with their overnight exposures and kind of hedging. And without any data, you don't really know. And so longer term vol is a little bit more bid. And again, that's the throttle, right? That's the throttle for the amount of exposure these systematic funds can have in. And as the volatility is rising, they're forced, they have quantitative rules about their exposure levels. Higher vol means less exposure for them. Lower vol, more exposure. They're trading with, in that dynamic. And so when we get some more fundamental data that runs against the narrative, that adds to the selling. And so I think we're kind of in that environment here where the credit story is becoming a bit more of a big deal. The trade uncertainty is becoming a big deal. Powell speaks today. It's a 100% chance of a rate cut in October. There's a 100% chance of a rate cut, another one in December. So how much more dovish can he really be? It's very much priced in already. And without the data that the labor market is slowing, we know CPI is going to come out next week, but that's going to be hot. So does he push back against this narrative that unlimited cuts are coming? If he does that, then we have another fundamental catalyst that can lead to vol moving higher. So keep an eye on 1220 today with Powell. It could be a market moving event.
Yeah, I expect it to be. And this cocktail of all of these different things going on right now, per se, is really interesting. And again, I think it's great for day traders. You're going to have, you said, a two-way tape. I talk about that a lot. I always look at it. Is it one-dimensional higher? Is it one-dimensional lower? Is it mean reversion? Is it, consolidation? This is definitely a two-way tape. Going to be headline-driven and news-driven once we get more news. But right now it's headline-driven. And like you said, in this negative gamma as well, it feeds into these moves. Really makes for a busy tape for day traders. And also the last thing before we get to Jimmy, talking about what's happening with the bond market, you're going to likely see a 3 handle on the 10-year yields. If not today, tomorrow. It just seems like that's likely where we're headed. We'll see what Jimmy thinks about that. Again, the Fed rate cut, the path of Fed rate cuts is likely to be less than what maybe the market even thinks. Like you said, he can't get too dovish. How could he? Because inflation might be coming back. It gets interesting here. So to me, bond market is likely consolidating here, which I still think if there is an extreme lower in equities, another one, it likely gets bought is the way I see it. But we'll see. We'll have to wait to see what the day brings us. Jimmy, good morning. S&P down 57 to 66.38, gives back yesterday's gains and beyond, but still in the big move from Friday. NASDAQ is down 270 this morning, down 1%, 24,657. As we sit, Russell's down 28 to 24,446. And the Dow is down nearly 300 to 46,000, almost right on the button. Energy across the board keeps getting hit. I came in this morning, first thing I've been looking at, obviously bonds. Second thing I was looking at is crude, because if crude starts getting down in the mid-50s, I talked about that, I will be a buyer of crude, and that's a medium to even, we'll see how long. Price will always dictate how long I hold a position, but if crude dips down into the low 50s, I will start to look for some buy signals there. Crude's at 58.19 this morning, down $1.30. Natural gas down 2.5% to 3.03. Gold again, 41.45 this morning, up $13. Man, that market just keeps going. And why shouldn't it? look at all the things we're talking about. Why would gold be bearish? It's not. Gold continues to be bid. Other metals, like we talked about, silver, crazy move, 8% move really from high to low. Big move in silver, but it's back up. So it took that big selling move and it's back bid again. It's 50 spot 48 this morning, down like 6 ticks. We've got copper is just below $5 now, 497, down 3% this morning, down a good amount. And then we've got platinum is down $20 to 1671. Again, we talked about bond markets, 30-year 118.13 up 15 ticks. The ultras at 122.13 up 14 ticks. Short end of the curve still not doing a ton, kind of inching, grinding higher on the treasuries, and treasury yields 4.026 this morning. And again, dollar kind of mixed. Dollar down a little bit against the yen, actually up modestly against the euro, up a little bit against the pound, and dead flat against the Swissy. Crypto down this morning. Bitcoin back down to 111,655. ETH is just below 4K. Again, anything in the mid threes or high threes in ETH, or if you got to the low threes, I'm a buyer of that. I think when Bitcoin gets down near, if it could get below 110, I'll be a buyer of that again. I buy spot, and I'm accumulating positions. Again, Trump administration wants bullish crypto, bullish stocks. I like these big kind of moves lower to add to my portfolio. These aren't necessarily trades as much, but those are things that I'll be looking at. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Well, there's a lot of markets to talk about that have had some unique moves. We're a little bit in trouble, me and you, Deli, because coffee futures have broken up and out of an ascending triangle. They're now tracking over they're 400. They're at 401 right now, so a little bit worried about that. But the 30-year is what we said. I mean, we have a double top forming on the chart. Yesterday we had a little bit of a pause, maybe because the dealers were taking a vacation, a long weekend, celebrating the IU victory. Today we have a resumption of that rally back up to that mid 118 handle. We did give some back this morning though, a noticeable amount, about 10 ticks. So we'll see what happens going forward here on this, but it looks super, super strong. And those yields for this morning when I checked, the cash yields for the 30-year 4.59 and for the 10-year 4.00. So there is a move afoot there. But really the market that really caught my eye was the copper market, Dr. Copper, as we call it. We see gold strong, palladium strong, silver strong. Dr. Copper is forming this, let me just pull it up really quick, forming kind of a really, what I'm going to call a wicked xylophone pattern here. And when I say wicked, the candles are big. I mean, the candles are really, really big. So we have a big down day, big up day, big down day. So this is telling me that there is an awful lot of uncertainty going on in the last few sessions here with Dr. Copper. And if we think about that in light of, okay, well, we call it Dr. Copper because it's a gauge of the economy. This tells me that there is some, set aside supply and demand for a second. There is some level of uncertainty going on in this market. But that step pattern is kind of out the window right now on copper. I'm going to see what this candle does. But we have not found equilibrium in this market over the last few days, and so I look at that as my go-to market today, trying to figure out what's going to happen with Bitcoin and everything else. So this is my gauge today, is Dr. Copper.
Take a look at the yields, Jimmy. I'm curious what you're seeing in 10-year. Again, I talk about us going to a 3% handle on 10-year. Nothing's guaranteed, but we're teetering right on it. I'm just curious, what are you seeing in the 10-year chart?
Yeah, so let me pull it up really fast. I mean, it's pretty similar to the 30-year. Obviously, it's not quite as big a swing. Hang on a second. It'll pop up here in a second, maybe on my screen. There we go. Same thing. We had that pause yesterday. We're approaching that 4% yield, right? So that's kind of an important level in the cash market. I don't know what it is as we speak. It's probably a little bit higher than when I wrote this on my chart. But this is real similar. Now, if you remember, though, we had this consolidation level back at the beginning of September that lasted, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 days. and we're back into that range. I'll just move my rectangle over here to kind of highlight that a little bit. So if everything stops where we're at today, we're back in the middle of that range, and maybe some more consolidation sideways. I don't know. It's going to be hard for this market to break, above that 113.21 handle. Again, unless something spectacular happens, which is very possible given what's going on with China and all the other crazy stuff going on in the world. So I just kind of see we're in that kind of old consolidation range again. So we'll see if we keep rolling.
Yeah, I'll be watching that throughout the day today to see what happens in the 10-year, if that starts to break that 4%, what that does to equity futures. We're going to get to more of that with you guys in here in just a second. Want to let everyone know this morning, good morning, chat, by the way, again. Enter a chance to win Farm's giveaway. Farm will be on here with us this morning for pre-market prep. Farm has been with us really from the beginning of when we relaunched NinjaTrader Live, and really just one of the hardest working guys in the business. We're going to be giving away 5 one-month Discord descriptions to Farm's Discord. And so please go and sign up. We'll be giving them away today when Farm and I are on for our segment at the end of the segment. So it gives you time now to go in there, sign up for it, and we'll be giving away that today. Another thing, as we got to 150K, and we thank all of you very much for helping us get there as quickly as we did. Please hit like and subscribe. Join the NinjaTrader Live movement, as they say. So, again, thank you, Farm, for doing that giveaway with us, and we'll look forward to all of that here in just a little bit. Back to the macro crew. I'll start with you, Craig, and then I want to get to you about energy. But right now, if yields continue to do what they're doing, and that's come down, is that something you're watching coming into today?
Yeah, I think we're getting close to that point where the equity market has exhausted the multiple expansion potential from lower yields, I think. And so if we firmly break out on bonds and we take 10 years through 4% and lower, I think it's a sign of more worry. I think it's a sign of more concern about the pace of the economy and some concern about this trade war and what that means for global growth. So I think we could see that kind of breakout. Now, interestingly, back in April when we had the trade war, it was the bond market sell-off that really led to, I think, the taco decision from Trump and kind of ratcheting down the exposure there. So far, for the last 3 days, we've seen a bond market rally in this. So, folks who think that Trump is just going to back down on this trade war, because I think that may not be the case yet. I think he seems to think that with the equity market firm and bonds bid as well, that he has some room to kind of continue to be aggressive here with the rhetoric. So, over the course of the next few weeks here, we're supposed to have this November 1st deadline for these new tariffs. They're supposed to meet in Korea. We don't know if they're going to meet when they go to this APEC meeting, but I think we're going to continue to get some of this uncertainty. I don't think Trump's just going to, relinquish what he thinks is a strong negotiating position right now. China clearly knows that there's an Achilles heel here for the markets. They see a weaker market as a chance to hurt Trump and use that in their trade negotiations. So I think they're going to keep the rhetoric a bit more elevated, which has me believing that vol's going to stay more bid. And if bonds are, if bonds can rally on that too, I think that's more of a Trump can kind of dig in his heels. I don't think that's a good sign for the equity market, though.
Yeah, we're going to see about that, right? I mean, it really becomes an interesting moment today.
Look, I think I think the equity market will feel comforted when this is over again, right? And so the question is, when is it over? It doesn't seem like it's going to be over until they meet in October or the end of October at this meeting. So we may just have elevated volatility until we get there. There's some talk that lower level government officials have been talking through the weekend. They always do that. So, but we need to hear that there's going to be a meeting. Otherwise, I think markets are going to be on edge as we kind of push through the month and saying, okay, well, if tariffs are going to get ratcheted up as of November 1st, we got to start thinking, what does that mean for the economy? What does it mean for the Fed? And I think that's a concern.
Yeah. Speaking of Val, Shai, quick preview of our guest. We got Val Signals. Big fan of him on Twitter. I listened to his Spaces the other day, way above my pay grade, but I'm going to pick his brain about it.
Yeah, today we have Daniel Roos, who began his career at CBOE. He then became the lead index trader and youngest capital partner at Belvedere Trading. And then for more than a decade, he was the head trader on the SPX market making desk. And so be interesting to kind of talk to him about the internals and what's going on in this market.
perfect guest for today. Shai, less than a minute left before we get to this morning's Edge Report. I have to have you talk a little bit about crude oil. What's going on there?
Right. And so crude oil, we know we've talked about this before. There's a sentiment in the market. It's been poor all year. Everybody's expecting a supply glut that hasn't happened. And of course, ratcheting up kind of this trade war again with China is obviously bearish crude because there's concern that this is going to affect the overall economy. So certainly this is not helping that market at all.
Yeah. At what point does, crude has had a lot of short sellers into it. And I haven't even seen lately what COT data is. Maybe we'll bring this up more tomorrow. It's actually, I'm waiting for it to pull up here in just a second. At what point do we start to see really the long-term big players step in and look at crude as like this is priced right to start buying?
So you're going to see, if we hit that 55 level or below again, because we've already heard from PXD, from FANG, from DVN that they're taking off. They're taking off well drilling capabilities because the price is already so low. They said this in Q2 when we were hovering around 60. So this is where they start to get very worried. And then we've seen a rash of layoffs on multiple companies because things are slowing in the Permian from these service oil companies. We had SLB, we had Halliburton, we had Baker Hughes all say that they're laying off people because things are slowing. So things are slowing in the Permian. That means production is slowing in the U.S. So, one boggles where the supply glut is coming from. Again, because a lot of these barrels we're talking about for OPEC plus nations are really paper barrels. They don't have the actual capability to produce as high as their ceilings are.
Yep. And I just real quick before we get to Jimmy's Edge Report, the large specs have now unwound most of that big short position going back from 2021. It's just slowly down. It's almost to a point where large specs and commercials are almost neutral here when you look at COT data. Again, you go back to that key area back earlier this year. If you look at a weekly or monthly chart, 55.12. If it gets broken, it gets really. They kind of got to defend that, otherwise crude starts getting real busy. We'll talk more about that. Crude was going to be on our radar for sure going forward. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right. Well, let's start with the Bitcoin. This is one of these markets that are definitely on the move. We have a really interesting chart. I kind of have a daily candle started all the way over from, remember, the April lows. And just kind of tracking that and seeing where we're at. And we have a retracement in place, right? I know a lot of folks got hurt tragically here, but there's also some folks licking their chops right now, looking to buy dips. Right now, we're almost to a 38.1% retracement from that move from a longer term point of view. We have a lot of support around 108,500, give or take. Nice upward sloping trend line that we tapped this morning. But this is we're kind of a little bit in a bearish mode here. So I'd be a little bit careful trying to figure out where the bottom is here or what dip I want to buy. But this has been a pretty big sell-off here ever since we hit that peak high on the 6th of October. So the Bitcoin is kind of moving down. We have another area here at that 50% retracement. I know it's pretty far down, but 101, 102 area as well. We had some support before earlier in the year, which could materialize again. Intraday, I mean, today's it's just been this is an escalator. I mean, this is just going down nice and easy peasy. We've been trading below session VWAP all session long. We broke a whole bunch of JAX levels, JAX 1, JAX 2, JAX 3, and we keep on moving on the downside. Even that one-day min we broke through as well. S3 finally stopped the bleeding. We found a little bit of support here at S3. That's at 110,680 right now. But we're kind of sideways, generating a point of control just south of the London initial balance. So right now, these bands are sloping down, the VWAP's sloping down, the candles are sloping down. This is looking like a pretty negative day in the Bitcoin. Let's shoot over to silver, though, just to kind of highlight that candle that Tracy was talking about. I mean, this is a strong market. Look at that wick high. We made this high wick overnight, but then we kind of had a big sell-off here. And, the hard part about analyzing a market like this that's parabolic is what are your targets to the upside? Because it's empty sky. So I do have an extension here. It's kind of a weak one, but it gives us some levels as well. And we hit that 161 overnight. That 176 we haven't hit, that's at $52.80. So again, nice kind of move up here in silver with a little bit of excitement overnight. And here's what the overnight excitement looks like on an intraday chart. This was at 2 o'clock candle. Big sell-off. Frankfurt, Germany is waking up. Their markets are going to start cooking at this point in the day. We broke through that VWAP. We pretty much stayed above it, with the exception of one candle. We tried to fight back up after that London initial balance, and now we're kind of selling off again. So again, this is looking a little bit negative. We have target wicks down here, all the way down here at 48.74. One-day min also is kind of hovering as support so far, if you think about it as from a wick point of view. But really, pivot is where the support is, and we're getting close to that pivot at 49.70. Give or take a couple ticks. Then we got a JAX 4 level, and then we got a S1 way down here as well. So this is looking a little bit heavy right now in the silver. This recovery might have been short-lived. We'll see how the volume profile kind of fills out. We're south of that point of control right now. I expect it to kind of move down as we go on through the day. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
So we have Daniel Ruse, who started his career at the CBOE, became the lead index trader and youngest capital partner at Belvedere Trading, and was head trader on the SPX market making index. So looking forward to talking to him about kind of some of the internals that are going on in this market.
Yeah, perfect time. Let's bring Daniel in. Daniel, good morning.
All right, guys. Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, man.
Okay, great.
Great
Thank you
space.
for the introduction.
Hey, great spaces the other day. I caught that. And again, I talked about it's a little bit above my pay grade. Nice to see another fellow pit guy. You were CBOE, we were at CME. It might have been two different countries because it was literally like you guys were the smart guys and we were, I kind of don't know what we were, but well, at least the Euro guys, the Euro options guys, they were smart. The S&P guys, we were, whatever. But yeah, I was listening to that. It was very interesting to me. Every morning we got Craig Shapiro talking about what's going on in vol. Obviously, we've had Jem Croissant come on here a bunch of times before and talk about that as well. Again,
nice.
It's not my world, but what they're talking about today, I think, is really interesting. What he was talking about this morning with Craig. What are you seeing in markets right now?
So I think I used to stand right behind Jem, by the way. I actually stood behind him on the floor for a little while. I obviously agree a lot with his premise. I think that it's the type of thing that's above kind of everybody's pay grade. So I try to bring it down to as basic a level as I can. I'm still working on that, obviously. But this stuff does drive markets. It's not wrong to say that these mechanical flows are pretty significant, right? So what I see, or my lens, is I kind of look at positioning because the CBOE has opened up positions in a way that is materially correct, right? Like we used to fly blind, I'm sure in your days too, like you have educated guesses, but you can't get a position report to confirm every market maker's position, right? The CBOE does one better. They give us a good data set. We decompose it, iterate through it, get the position build. And then basically I slap my model on it, right? So I go back to market making days and assume that everything is hedged, which it mostly is. It's not perfect, but everybody has their own way of doing things. It's all fine. But net, what you get is a pretty robust look at future market behavior. And so everybody knows about gamma and, not charm is a big one too. But this week we have the vol complex kind of perking up too, right? So everybody tends to look at the stuff through the lens of macro. Which is fine. Often we need a catalyst, like macro is very, very valuable. But I like to remind people that the positioning kind of defines how flows interact when there's a macro catalyst, right? And so for me, it's been kind of obvious for a while now that there is a bit of risk coming into this seasonal period, regardless of whether it's Trump's tweet or something else that sets it up. There's negative VIX gamma. We actually kind of shot through it. If you look at a VIX chart yesterday, it was just like this wild whipsaw pattern up and down, right? Whenever you want to know if there's gamma, like whether it's positive or negative, when you see a chart that just goes up and down and up and down and up and down like that, can pretty much bet that's negative gamma. Um, 1 second here. And I think the difficulty right now is you see there's actually a lot of other types of, there we go. That's the S&P, right? That's good. There's a lot of other types of gamma in the market, right? Like there's this discussion about vol control. There's these levered ETFs. I think every day there's another story about how there's another ETF. And these act like synthetic gamma, meaning a move in the market compels the next buying or selling flow, right? So again, as a trader, all I want to know is there something predictable? If there's a mechanical rule that says, by and large, this has to be hedged a certain way, I think that's an incredible edge. And it seems like everybody's all in on, systematic, fast-moving, programmatic markets. This stuff definitely drives order flow. And so on Friday, when everybody was maybe looking at buying the dip, once we sold off a bit too much, it became obvious that there would be extended, sell-off pressure into the close. And then especially yesterday for me, I look at the VIX having gone through the 20 level. Dealers are short 18 calls, 19 calls, 20 calls, 25 calls too. There's some balance though, where there's actually positive gamma emerging around 22 and 23. And so positive gamma allows things to settle down. Negative gamma causes a whipsaw back and forth. And to the extent that vol is going to remain elevated, it doesn't look obvious to me why it should fade back below 20 until we get through next week's expiration, VIX being the 22nd. So we have a big expiration on Friday, big positioning right now. Today's levels to me look like, yesterday I said 66.40 was kind of the most important level. Again, I'm speaking cash terms, just to be clear if you're looking at an ES chart there. 66.40 was the most important level. There was a little bit of stability if we got above it, which is exactly what kind of happened. We faded, held 66.5. And then this morning overnight, we've already kind of lost 6,600 in cash terms. And that would be the level I think that defines how the day unwinds going forward. Make sense?
So, yeah, it does. I want you to explain to everybody the nuance of the negative gamma and how that actually impacts the tape, because Craig was talking about that this morning, and it's become something that I get more and more familiar with. But explain to everybody out there why when we're in negative gamma and S&P, SPX, and QQQ and NASDAQ, and why that changes the market environment.
Right, exactly. So gamma requires someone else to come to the table too. It doesn't tell you whether the market's going to go up or down. But what it does tell you is if there's a guy like me running a position, if my position is positive gamma, I'm going to be selling as you're buying, right? I'm a liquidity provider. If I am in an opposite type of position, really options, right? If I'm short options, I tend to be short gamma. It's a negative gamma environment. I have to race you to take liquidity, right? Because my position overall as a market maker, if the market goes down, I actually get longer delta, meaning for every next dollar it goes down, I'm losing more and more money, right? So we don't like that. We want to minimize position variance. Hedging for us is just a cost of doing business. So when we're in negative gamma, we're racing you to take liquidity. So instead of having some book depth there from positive gamma, which allows things to stabilize, oftentimes positive gamma even just buys the market time, right? Like time is kind of bullish for the market in general. To the extent that we can step in as market makers, former to be clear, it supports the market long enough for someone else to step in and buy the dip, right? So positive gamma keeps the market kind of well contained. That kind of like slow grind up. Negative gamma causes just unpredictability. And oftentimes that results in downward moves.
And we're in negative gamma right now, right? In S&P and NASDAQ.
It's kind of funny. I would call it more neutral. S&P by and large is a product that is flush with long gamma. So many of the strategies that are out there for the longest time have been selling gamma. Now with zero-day options, a lot of strategies just sell gamma, they replenish it, they do it again and again and again. It's actually significant to just say that we're neutral to small negative. We're rarely in a serious negative gamma type of market environment, but we are in a negative VIX gamma environment, which adds another level of complexity I won't get into right now, obviously, but not necessarily bullish. I know, right? I promise it gets intuitive. I forget I did this for so long that it's like a story in my head. Try my best.
And that actually brings me, I wanted to talk about volatility a little bit, not necessarily, negative gamma, kind of explain to our traders, what they should be looking for and, how does this change the dynamic within the index markets?
Yeah, that's a great point. So the moves that we already had are pretty big, and they kind of compel some selling flow, right, from vol control and things like that that rely on realized volatility to lever. But the options profile, to the extent that we're looking day by day, because zero-day options give you an incredible, like, I call it like a map. I feel like we're driving a rally car all the time with trading these days, but zero-day options give you an incredible map. But there are every single day, for example, there are positive gamma levels, there are negative gamma levels, and the levels I mentioned today, 6,600, for example. The way I look at it, that's a negative gamma level. You'd expect a little more testing of that range, and the way I think of things is it's you test these negative gamma levels, and whether you pass them or fail, like wind up on top or below, oftentimes the the next thing that happens is our option decay. I know I'm probably getting too far ahead. It creates a trend in that range. So if you're looking at zero-day profiles and options gamma for like active day-to-day trading, it helps to think about where are the biggest short-term negative gamma positions, how does price behave once it gets to those levels, and then whether we're above or below those levels, is there a trend that's compelled by literally just the passage of time? Jem talks about this all the time. Charm and Vanna flows, they are not always bullish, as you can probably see last week, but day by day they do change. Sorry if
And
that was tangential.
no, that was great. My other question is, we're generally used to these markets grinding higher just because of the passive flows into these markets because of 401ks and everybody's in the same strategies. And so when does that become not as important? And is there a danger of, everybody kind of all in the same trade?
You're certainly right. I think, Mike Green talks about this all the time, and I think it's fair to say, I remind people all the time, I fell into the trap of being a perma bear when I was younger, market maker. It was, sexy and attractive. The reality is everybody's buying all the time because people work and that money just continually resupplies the market with a bid. To that end, like the real sustained bear market would only come if there was a real hit to earnings, but even more so maybe employment, right? And so without that, it becomes kind of important to just watch things like the volatility complex. I think there's crowding right now a lot of the time too in things that are like gamma. We're building this platform, VS3D, is part of Vol Signals, and part of our vision is just to really model the entire universe of stuff that creates that type of risk, right? Because so much of everything that happens now has a rule behind it, and so whether it's vol control or CTA type investing, there's all these different momentum factors now too, levered ETPs. It feels like every single day you have to be aware of the next thing to break, but the reality is the market finds itself with legs unless they all kind of break at the same time, right? So like April, for example, we had a little bit of a shakeout in February, which in my opinion was kind of predictable through the vol complex. But then what happened next was all of the other things got knocked in. So it becomes like a domino sequence where the next type of bad gamma triggers. All of a sudden CTAs are big sellers. Now we probably already experienced a little bit of that. Next might be vol control. And then whether we see any kind of like large scale macro unwinds, I kind of like to think about it as all these systematic flows are negative gamma, and then humans are like the worst negative gamma of all. Like we sell the bottom and buy the top, and oftentimes that's when the move is done. Not me, I don't do that.
Yeah,
I have.
Well, so I want to talk about a few simple ways to help day traders. I mean, you're talking to an audience here that is very active on the day-to-day, just outright futures traders.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the options market has been really important for me over the last several years to understand more and more. Zero DTEs have come in and they've played a significant role. I think definitely more towards the closes, at least in the stuff that I'm looking at for my strategy than on the opens. But the dynamics intraday, day-to-day, me talking to people like Craig and Jem and other people and people like yourself, I'm starting to understand a market dynamic where that environment is now directly, where it's a day where it can directly impact my strategy, and it doesn't really matter what strategy a trader out there is trading, to help me become a better trader in that environment, like negative gamma per se, right? Like a negative gamma, my thought is if we're in negative gamma or neutral and negative gamma, as you talk about, it's going to be probably less mean reversion. It could be a trend day. It could be a day that the market chases higher or lower because, like you said, the market makers in this particular instance, they're racing to get in or to get out depending on the situation. And so the price action is going to be a lot more volatile and the ranges could be bigger and so on and so forth versus, positive gamma could be more mean reversion or grindy higher. But with only a minute left, give the traders out there the basic understanding of maybe a few key things that they want to look at to simplify the things that you discuss.
Yes, so I say that's exactly correct. Negative gamma expands ranges, right? So if you're a futures trader using D1 instruments, you're probably more interested in how far to set your stops, how far to set your targets. Negative gamma, in my opinion, if I have a target, I'm going to add a tolerance band around that target, right? So if I'm looking for a buy and maybe my target is 66.20 in cash, maybe I have a $10 band around that because of negative gamma. It's not going to be as precise. When we have positive gamma, really what I look for in positive gamma lower vol, the information from the profile is two things. It can be directional, which we talk about every day, obviously in our things, but also where you expect the market to slow down and stop. There's so many times where just the presence of a big cluster of positive gamma long options that we were managing as long options stops the market in its tracks. And so if you're a futures trader, you need to know where these levels are because if you have a target $10 through that, you're just not using the right set of probabilities. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah.
And day by day, those
sense.
change. We have so much information at our disposal now. It's never would have predicted this in a million years.
Traders in the chat, go follow Dan and check him out, Vol Signals. Again, I tuned into your spaces the other day. I thought it was great. Love to see you do more of those. Love to see you come more on our program.
Sure.
Eventually, we're going to have options here on Ninja Trader. So this just opens the door to so many more possibilities for our traders. I can't thank you enough for your time today, Dan.
I appreciate it. It's funny, too. One of the devs that are building our platform, I believe, told me 15 years ago he was working on one of the languages that was instrumental in TradeStation, Ninja Trader. I think Easy Language. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Easy Language, I believe, was TradeStation. But, together, us and TradeStation at the time, we were like the only place in town.
He said you
where
outlived
traders
them.
Can come and actually, yeah,
exactly.
We kind of outgrew them.
Exactly.
All right,
I love it.
We'll end it there, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one. Take care.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about it. I remember, going 15 plus years ago, whenever that was, and it was like the only platforms you could use to really build your strategies on was like TradeStation, which is really kind of like the old OG of it, and then Ninja Trader came around, and boy, if things have changed, how many people we have on Ninja now compared to them. It's just pretty interesting. But as we get options at some point, it's going to be, I think, a really game changer for a lot of our traders. I'm excited for it. I think it's coming next year in 2026. And so, yeah, any final thoughts before we let you go, Shai?
No, not really. Just remember 12:20 Powell is speaking, so be aware of that. It may be a nothing burger, it may be a huge burger, so we'll have to see what he says.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a something. We don't know how much of a something. All right, Shai, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. Farm, good morning.
Good morning. Been a while.
Yeah, man. I know you've been on, I've been on, not together, but you're looking good. I'm going to see you in a few days. Can't wait to meet you in person.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I've been doing a lot of travel, so I'll be worn a little bit ragged for you, but that's all right. I don't need too much sleep anyway.
Yeah, well, today is a special day for you and I here on the network. 150K. You've been here with us from the beginning with the relaunch of Ninja Trader Live. Hard to believe we're at 150,000 subscribers already. Chat, thank you so much for that. We are going to be giving away 5 of your Discords. And that's awesome because I say this all the time when you and I are on. You're one of the hardest working guys in the business. I mean, you're really around the clock, and I know that the 4 kids keep you up along with the market. So you're pretty much on X all the time. You're always in your Discord, and you do a fantastic job. I think this is just a phenomenal giveaway. And tell everybody real quick, Farm, what they can expect in your Discord.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so I mean, the Discord includes everything that Substack has, plus more, obviously, right? So it has the weekly plans, daily plans, levels. We've got an indicator script for those that use a TradingView platform, which we've also now built on NinjaTrader as well. So that can be shared as well. It basically just populates levels and a couple of key ranges that we look at intraday. And so there's a lot of planned trades, right? And so a lot of times if one of those planned trades plays out or is active, there's just a lot of trade management. But then some days a new trade will set up, and we'll certainly outline those new trades as well. I don't really consider it an alert service, at least from a day trade perspective. I try to consider it more educational. Again, there's a lot of planned trades, and most days there's two-way trading, right? And so I don't think it's appropriate on, say, a balance day for me to be calling out my position if you're short from high of day and we're coming in 50 handles down into a low of day, and I'm looking for an 8-handle scalp or something long. It's not really, to me, appropriate to potentially shake you out of a short. So like it's not really an all-day alert service on the intraday trades. I do alerts for swing trades, and then I'll probably take a couple of maybe 3 or 4 a week live trades, especially if like one of our planned trades hasn't set up. So it's a lot of planned trades and then ongoing running commentary, because like even if I'm not in a trade, I'm still providing commentary to help those who are in a trade, because frankly, most traders take a lot more trades than I do. Somebody's always in a trade, and there's good spots to manage risk. And so whether you're long or whether you're short, we can identify those areas. And then, like I said, we'll pick some off here and there as well. So a lot of education, and then, a lot of good trade setups. A lot of these set up, some of them set up overnight, some of them wait for us in cash. But there's always, like, whether you're Euro time zone or Asia time zone, I mean, there's always something that's tradable based off of the plan.
Cool. All right, everybody, we're giving that away in just literally like 5 or 6 minutes. So go and click the link in the chat for your chance to win a chance to be in Farm's Discord. Now, let's take a look at the charts today. First thing I'm looking at, I don't talk a lot of Bitcoin. I've been trading. I really don't even call these trades. I mean, they're really a theme that I'm looking at in the Trump administration. I've been buying spot crypto. I talked about how I bought some Ethereum. I rotated out of it. I've been rotating back in it. But I like these big moves lower in crypto as opportunities to get in some spot Bitcoin. And my blue levels, which is for my beacon indicator, I have just been, I pick up a little bit of spot on Bitcoin, a little bit of spot in ETH when they get down there. But I do look at Bitcoin and start to really wonder that if it starts to take out this area, if I have to start rethinking kind of my situation here. Again, this is why I buy spot, not leverage. I have a little bit of room to work with it. But I do think that with all this news and everything that's going on in crypto, everybody, I like Bitcoin on the dips. I continue to think it's building a big base here. What this reminds me of is the next market I'm going to look at is gold. If you remember, this is what gold did, right? See this right here? This is exactly what gold did for that period of time. And I was really not getting any opportunities to buy my blues in gold. It just kept holding above it. And I'm like, you know what? I got gold in my long-term account. I really kind of did nothing in this area at all in gold. But gold continues to me to be a theme that I think also makes sense in this administration and just in this market environment. And so when I look at this and then I go back to look what was happening in Bitcoin, to me, it's that same type of trade. You have a market that had a big move higher, right? It's now consolidated. It made that high there, and then you remember gold made that other higher high, then it pulled back in range. I think we're looking at consolidation for periods of time here in crypto to work its way through. I look at what this Trump administration wants. They want higher crypto. They're going to continue to put headlines out. They're going to continue to be supportive of it. So that's why I think markets like this, I look to add in my, my medium to longer term account. And so I like spot crypto on any sort of dips. And I think that this times of the headlines pulling it down make a lot of sense. Also, when I look at Ethereum, Ethereum is interesting to me because I want to buy anything kind of in the mid 3 handles in it. If it gets down to majority of my position, I've been buying between 38 and 3,300. Kind of a little bit late to the party back in here, but again, any sort of movements down into the mid 3,000s in ETH is something I buy. I think as long as it holds 3,000 in ETH, I will steadily hold that position and will continue to be a buyer of spot. I don't use leverage when it comes to crypto. You don't need to. It moves too much, again. And so it's one of those things where if you're patient and you wait for crash type environments, I think Ethereum and Bitcoin both look to me like consolidations, very similar to what the metals did before they took off. And we're going to know, right? I mean, if we start to take out these recent lows in ETH, recent lows are going back to July, in ETH and Bitcoin, then I start to get concerned. But for the most part, when I look at this, not giving me almost any opportunities to buy my blues a little bit here and there. Again, I like spot crypto on any sort of pullbacks. Get the S&P today. You know, it's interesting because I held puts last week. I bought puts right here. I said if we get multiple closes above 67.20, I'll be out. And I actually bought them, Farm. It's so funny, for this Friday's expiration. I had bought the target was 65.94. I had bought 66.40s and 66.50s because Pax's quarterly pivot was 66.58, and so I'll use that a lot of times as help as a guide to where I would want to be for an options target or just a target in general, because his quarterly pivots are big for me. And of course, I covered them right in here, and I'm like, you know what? They were down to like they were basically almost worthless. And look at on that one day, they went right down there and got it. And so I look at this area and go, I think we're boxed in now. I think 65.94 to 67.22. Those are my levels on my beacon indicator where I look at it and go, until I see daily closes above that or below that, I think we're a two-way tape. I think this market stays sideways. Equities are hard for me to trade here on my time frame right now. I mean, if anything, I'd be looking at stuff on the edges, like I said, 67.20 and 65.94 for rotations back in. But to me, the big move has already happened. My target was 65.94. Now that that's been achieved, on a blowout move lower, 64.63 is my blue. If that were to happen, I think I would look at some longs, but that's a ways away. Not much to talk about here today. Until we see daily closes above 67.20 in ES or below 65.94, I think we're range bound. We're in a lot of volatility inside that big move on Friday, and that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm looking at. Actually going to go to crude oil. I want to show you that. I don't have a trade set up here now, but crude is now in what I consider range expansion lower. And once I get a signal, I don't have one yet, I will look for any sort of buy signal. And on an extreme move in crude, I look at old Bollinger Band peaks as 51.66. If crude were to get down there, I would buy some for a swing position. That's, again, a ways away. But crude is now entering outside of that consolidation, heading towards that recent low of the year, which was like right around 55.12. If that gets taken out, I want to look to buy something outside of this year's range in crude. Not there yet, but something I'm keeping an eye on. Let's see what you've got, Farm. Hopefully you could do it relatively quickly, and then we're going to give away your giveaway.
Yeah, just real quick on crude. You said I think 51.56. I've got a 51.50 to 53.86 range I've been waiting on for it seems like 2 damn years. So that I would love to see that. But yeah, I mean the S&P and NQ, like they're inside of an enormous mother bar, which is Friday's candle, which basically just means that, I mean, you can get trapped inside there. The definition of anything inside is like chop, consolidation, indecision, range, right? And that's what we saw yesterday. We get a huge gap up. Everybody's massively bullish. Rocket emojis are fired off. It's an inside day, right? And so, like, we could spend multiple days inside of Friday's range. But first order of business today, and then we're going to announce some winners here, is, was the break of the inside day, right? And so we are now trading well below yesterday's low. And so that took us effectively towards Friday's close, potential for Friday's low. So this overnight low is going to be massively key today. Reclaiming yesterday's low will be massively key for bulls. So let's go ahead and announce some winners here. I just got them from Sav for the Discord entries. I've got Leo Garcia. I've got Jeroen. I'm usually really good at pronouncing things. Jeroen. I've got Adam. I've got Mark DiPaolo. And I've got Ashraf Radi. Congratulations. We will see you in the Discord, and I'm looking forward to that. It's nice to get in when we have some volatility, because it really opens up ranges and opens up a lot of our favorite trades. And we'll see here today, whether bulls can get this back up there and reclaim the inside day range. That would be a very, very strong look. Any kind of failed break of last week's low, Friday's low, to me, so 60. I'm looking at cash hours low, keep in mind. So I'm not looking at that ETH low, though that is at a critical location. That was basically this 65.41 3/4, I believe, was the exact spot. It was the high of a prior 4-week balance range, I believe. So we basically have formed a 4-week balance now. And so you don't really want to break that balance to the downside and get back into that prior 4-week balance range. That could be problematic. So, but failures down here, right? If we did come back down, take that ETH low, reclaim last week's cash hours low. So this is big picture since I haven't been on a whole lot. I think I will be on tomorrow and then I'll be off for the rest of the week. It's all about Friday's candle ultimately. And so if we get failed breaks of Friday's range to the downside, then it gives you something potentially tradable as a low to work against there. So that's what I'm looking at. And today, again, it's all about reclaims of yesterday's low. And then we've got Friday's spike base at 18.5 on ES. You can translate all of this to NQ since we didn't have time to do both. Basically, the overnight low on NQ is effectively Friday's spike base at 512. So those are huge spots. And this is also a back test of the FOMC low right here. This, I think it was 66.11 exactly on FOMC. So big spots to work against. Failed pushes through this overnight low. I mean, you could try to work against that. I would not be surprised to see a lot of two-way trading for multiple days inside that Friday mother bar candle. Until we get outside and sustain a break outside of Friday's candle, it's going to be chopped. So I treat it like a box. Failed downside break, I'm looking longs. Failed upside break, I would look for shorts. We're way away from that. And then everything in the middle can be very choppy. So right now, the information we have is to play off of yesterday's inside day. And as of now, it's looking like a true gap down below that. So it is weak here, and bulls are going to need to step in and bid this.
I agree. I think what gets interesting, yeah, someone say box crash. Christian trading boxes is up next. So it's like that John Daly commercial where he goes, it drives me nuts. That commercial, you ever see that commercial? He goes, I know I heard my name. They go, the Daily Picks. Forget about it. Anyway, when I look at the market right now, I think the one thing that gets interesting here is because of when you hear from the vol guys, we talked about Craig, we had vol signals with Dan. We're neutral to kind of negative gamma. What gets interesting here is that if we start to make lows or highs, you go back to yesterday, like I was watching Tying a trade and I was watching the market, the market's getting chased. Even though we're inside that big move, we could still be very volatile. I think where traders have to watch it, where they can't get super aggressive, is exactly what you said, is a failed breakout. That's the key right now. Even though we are in either neutral or negative gamma, as we heard from the guys earlier, that's really when moves would be accelerated. But right now, with that big candle, that there's, even if we were to take out today's low, you have a lot of room even before that previous day's low. So you have to watch it, I think, for chasing too much, even though we are in an environment where ranges are expanding. I like those types of looks that you talked about, Farm. I think they're extremely important to watch, is that if we get outside of those boxes and we start to come back into range, you could almost have chases back in. I think this really sets up for a very volatile two-way tape. I think you're going to have opportunities on both sides. Again, thank you so much, Farm. Thank you to everybody that participated in Farm's giveaway. You're going to really love his Discord. Not only is it educational, it's fun. He keeps it light. The people in there are great. You've built an amazing community, and thank you so much for sharing that with us and our subscribers and being with us here on Ninja Trader Live.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys. Take care. Good luck, everybody.
See you in a few days. All right, everybody. Now, what's next? As we know, Tuesday is known as Black Boxes. We got Merit Black and Christian Trading Boxes. Also now today, during the guys segments, today when they're trading the open, I'm going to be doing a giveaway, even though I won't be here for it. We, as Ninja Trader, are going to be doing a giveaway. We're going to be giving away a lifetime license at the end of the segment today with Christian and Merit. And so you will also see that in the chat for you to sign up and get a lifetime license for Ninja Trader. It's $1,500 value, and we're going to be giving away another one tomorrow during Kane and Leo segment. So sign up today, and the guys are going to be giving that away at the end of the segment. So without further ado, it's time for Trade the Open with Merit Black and Christian Trading Boxes. Morning, boys.
Morning.
Morning, fellas.
So, first off, any trades? I know it's busy. You guys, a lot of times I'll come in and we'll start talking, but any trades going on right now?
Not for me.
just flattened out. I was short the S&P, and I got some scale outs on a down rotation, and I just scratched out of it as it came back to my entry.
And Christian, with you?
Not for me. No, I'm waiting here.
Got
See
it.
what we get at the open.
I don't know if you guys caught that session earlier today about vol with Dan Roos from CBOE. It's pretty interesting. I've definitely spent more time over the last several years. I mean, time goes by so fast. It's hard to believe that this year is wrapping up already. About understanding more about the impact of zero DTEs, impact of options. I actually started when I first began in this business. I was in the meats, and then I worked in Eurodollar options. But as we all know, I was definitely not smart enough to stay in Eurodollar options. So I had to move to the S&P with the knuckleheads per se. And so found my home there. But I've really always taken a look at options, but zero DTE has such an impact on equity indexes. I mean, look at how much SPX options are trading on a day-to-day basis. It's crazy how much zero DTE is. And understanding that different environment from positive gamma to negative gamma is something I've been following for a while, and I'm glad we had someone today talk more about it. And of course, we've talked about it as well. Do you guys look at that at all? Because I do think if there's anything that brings a little bit of nuance to execution is understanding negative gamma. When you come into a scenario like that, like you can see that we've been in that the last couple of sessions, and how much more volatility that brings. Either of you guys?
Merritt?
I was about to defer to you. No, but I've caught the Twitter war between that guy and the pee pee poo poo guy or whatever. That's been fun to watch. But no,
Whoa. What is this? What happened? We got to see, what Twitter were we talking about? I missed it. I'm not always engaged in some of these. I missed that. What are we talking about here?
I don't know, man. I don't even want to get into it. It's just it's a wild little battle there between it's essentially like what I think can be valuable, which is a retail focused options data platform, right? And then there's just people like there's this guy that's just like attacking him nonstop. It's like this. It's wild. But no, I think that options, even though it's not something that I personally use, let me take that back. I do swing trade some options. I have a great strategy where I naked short sell options and delta hedge with futures.
Of course.
I like that stuff. I do that stuff sometimes. However, in terms of my day-to-day trading, what I teach students, what we do on the desk, zero options data, zero options type of stuff. However, I do believe in the back of my mind that like they're kind of the tail that wags the dog these days, right? It's real good information. And so I agree with what was his name, Dan, with what he was saying as you guys were signing off there, finishing your talk, which was, look, if you're looking as a short-term trader for a market to get through a certain area, and there's this massive, I don't even know what to call it, right? Gamma level, GEX, whatever that stuff is, I don't know. I think it can matter. I think I've seen enough on Twitter to see that some of those things can certainly act as little magnets and little temporary support resistance and things like that. A lot of times, my stuff is good enough. We'll call it.
Yeah. No, I hear you, and I think it's what it's done for me is I moved away from short-term trading, and I've moved into a more swing position. Is understanding that when we get into negative gamma versus positive gamma, and positive gamma, I'm looking at more long setups. I'm looking at trends to continue. I'm looking for minor mean reversion type moves. When we get into negative gamma, that's when I do like to use options more, because if we start to break out or if we start to have a move I think that can have legs, I tend to then go into those options markets for those positions because they could carry through. Their volatility is increased. And so for me, it's only almost from an execution standpoint, I would say it's only from an execution standpoint. It's not really telling me directionally at all, but it has helped me a little bit as I've moved back a little bit from the really short-term trading to understand market environments. And there's a little bit of nuance there that I think, especially now with us being in negative gamma, the way that yesterday became like this straight kind of move higher, and then today it's like all of a sudden you had this move lower where, again, adjusting your execution a little bit based upon that market environment, I think is helpful. And again, the tape will give us that feedback for sure. Christian, just your quick thoughts about, I don't know if you look at anything that we talked about here with options.
They'll be very quick. No, I've never looked into. I used to trade options. I used to do really well back, when I was more riskier. But no, I don't. I'm just sticking to my process, and I haven't really stepped outside of that to look at other things.
And why should you? You've been doing great. Love having both of you guys here today. Again, let's start from the top again. Merritt, what are we looking at coming into the open? And then we'll get to Christian.
Interesting times right now. I think Bitcoin is interesting. I think a couple things. If you talk to so many people, of course you won't remember some passing words of mine. But remember crude oil. You and I were talking, I think it was last week or the week before, about I want to see more of a stop run, more of a bigger picture wipeout into kind of this 58.50 area, call it, which we've now done. Well, what I don't have yet for my style of trading is starting to get some lower time confirmation that buyers are there. We have it intraday. Intraday, you could have bought, around 58 or whatnot, but the NADRO, as my students will know, main narrative plus supporting cast to put together a really strong trade thesis. It's not there yet. We have a good trade location on the yearly now with this big stop run lower into the 58s. So I will be looking for something like, can we start to hold above 58.60 or 59.80s? And if we start to see something like that, then that could be a really nice bullish setup. Gold has cracked. I feel like the boy who cried wolf a little bit with gold. I constantly talk about how it's parabolic and how there will be some mean reversion opportunity. But that happened, right, with the sell-off overnight and what we've seen from that kind of high nearing 4,200. That pullback and hold at 41.60s is substantial. That is a place where you could either be short from or look for shorts if perhaps we revisit that and wick that area and whatnot. So I like a potential shorter. It's not there yet. We have a good trade location on the yearly now with this big stop run lower into bearish 58s in gold. That is invalidated. So I will be looking for something like above 41. Can we start on any substantial, decent like 30-minute time frame or something?
Other thing.
Natural gas looks like it wants to run lows. Look out. That could be a big move lower through these
to understand market environments, and there's a little bit of nuance there.
One other thing, and you guys can just shut me up if you want, but as you know, I don't often have this much to say about markets pre-market. The 10-year. I tried to tell you the other day it was bullish. The 10-year it's a fantastic bullish setup, and it is looking primed to run the highs of year. That was just a really good looking bull setup. We have a good trade location on the yearly now here with this big stop run lower into the tail end of last week, Thursday. So I will be looking for something like, so that's one that's currently pulling back. Can we start to hold above 58.60? So if you're a pullback trader, you 59.80s, and if we start to see something like that, then that could be a really nice bullish setup level, or 112.31, that type of area to look for pullbacks to. In terms of the S&P, and I'll wrap it up. 6,500 is a big bullish inflection for me. That's where my definition of uptrend for the year persists. Okay, so that's kind of like the big boy over under. So we almost came down to that the other day on the big sell-off. But we had some other levels such as 66.30, 65.50, which have held. As long as those levels are holding, I'm looking for this S&P just to resume what it was doing. And for us to see, remember a few years ago when the whole BTFD thing was so prevalent and popular, you would have these big volatility moves, and then next thing you know, it's business as usual, over and over and over. I have no idea what's going to happen next, ever, on the next 5 seconds or the next 5 years. But for me, it is, again, 6,500 is a fantastic long-term over/under for the S&P right now.
I'm aligned with you on crude oil. It's become a chart that I'm looking at regularly every morning, and I've got some alerts set. It's still a ways away for me, but I like crude oil to start to find a bottom here relatively soon. We'll see. It needs a little bit of a wash. I totally see that. We talked about that this morning. I mean, to me, the 10-year, the short end of the curve, even though that's not really the short end of the curve-ish, right?
Right.
Really, to me, that they just look bid, man. I mean, you're going to see a 3 handle in the yields, I think, soon. I agree with you totally on that. The gold one is like, yeah, it's like for a rotation, it gets interesting. But I'm not interested in shorting gold. It doesn't really fit into what I'm looking at right now.
Respect it.
But I think for a scalp for sure. And I'm with you again in the S&P. It's like, man, everybody, again, we get one move lower, they wash it out a little bit, and everyone I see in X is bearish again. And it's like, yeah, I mean, okay, maybe. I mean, I don't see a lot of selling into these lows. I mean, again, news takes us down here and it gets absorbed. We'll see how it plays out. So anyway, but I'm with you on a lot of what you talked about. Chris, what are you looking at? I mean, I love seeing what your stuff is. Is this trend still intact? What are you seeing coming into today?
So, I think I've been so loud over the last few months that we've been in an uptrend and continue to buy those pullbacks. The Friday move was a change in character that in the short term has transitioned that environment to now short the bounces. I was looking for a lower high yesterday. We got that here up into 970s in NQ and ES into this 6,700 area. It was stubborn. We were stuck up there for a bit and we still made a new high overnight, but we put in that daily lower high into now a declining, well, not exactly the 9 MA, I would say a daily declining 5 moving average. And we're now in this sort of range in this box, talking about boxes all morning. We're stuck in this box. The trend doesn't change until we're below the weekly 9 MA, or that would be the 50 on the daily. So we're still into that support area. Can we, we need to live. I think we can all sort of know from our old boomer days. I don't think people on the future side really focus on the 20 EMA or the 21 EMA, but we know that the market usually lives in a bullish environment above it and then in a bearish environment below it, right? If we start holding below the 20 EMA, then we can confidently say that we are getting a change in character and that we're now going to be possibly starting a downtrend like these past moves that were created under the 20 EMA. We're sort of flirting around here, so maybe we do that, but we also have to think, okay, seasonality is coming up, these big spending periods, is the whole tariff and things with China, is that going to be resolved? Most likely. We already saw what happened after April. So you have to sort of think, okay, can this turn into a multi-week, multi-month consolidation? And then into November, December rally time, can we bounce back up? That's a little bit on the larger time frame, but it's always good to understand what seasonality we're stepping into, the news that we're seeing, and then structure-wise, what could happen. So we created that lower high yesterday. We've moved back down into the weekly open, prior day low, and we're attempting to hold. If we can hold here, we can lift right back up to now create this wedge or this consolidation here in NQ. If we fail to hold this weekly open, then I don't see why we can't move lower to seek a deeper higher low against prior week low. But we're at the moment we're in this inside the prior week high, prior week low range. So we have to think mean reversion until we contract enough and then attempt a new directional push higher or lower. But that's sort of the larger time frame. My morning plan for today in NQ is we broke out of this rising wedge. We have an hourly 9 MA downtrend into the weekly open, this 500 area. We did put in a RSI divergence into these lows, into that support area. So it made sense that we bounced. Now, can we hold here and reclaim this 650s area? If so, all we will be doing is moving up higher into the next resistance area. So unlike the past few weeks where we would be pulling back into support and bounce back up, where we would be rising into resistance, and then from there, the 750, 800 area can we reject. If we form acceptance up there, we can get scenario 2.1 and move higher. Failure to reclaim the 650s will sort of tell us, hey, sellers are still in control. We can push back down into the gap sort of area here at the prior day low, maybe 500, 520 area. If we form acceptance there and can finally sort of tell us that, hey, we're not going to be bouncing back up, we can get that breakdown as price can seek a deeper higher low against the prior week low, or move lower to take out that low. And then we find out we need more data at that point to see what we are getting. But so far, I am for the first time in a while. I mean, yesterday mostly all my trades were short. I will be looking for the same until we get a change of this recent structure, so we can. But we need more data for that, so we'll see.
Got it. Yeah, today's going to be a busy day, guys, across the board. I'm really interested to see what's happening in the 10-year. I think gold also, coming off of what you were talking about with Merit here, I mean, gold could have, I look at that and even though I don't want to be shorted, it could have a decent move lower today. What does that do to change the tape a little bit here? Bonds, if they start to catch the bid, I think they could have a decent rally as they start to hunt higher. How do equities react to that? It's busy times right now. It's going to be opportunity. As I say to everybody all the time in my morning, no, just be small and smart, everybody. You got two of the best in the business guiding you through the morning action. You know how much I love these guys, and I can't wait to see you guys in just a few days. Excited to have
buddy.
you guys down here in Naples. Weather's perfect. Can't wait for that. But before I go, remember, everybody, we are doing a giveaway today at the end of Chris and Merritt's session, giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. The link to sign up is there in chat, and then Chris and Merritt will announce the winner at the end of their session. So you get to watch them trade, and at the end, we're going to be giving away a lifetime license to NinjaTrader. Appreciate you guys. See you guys soon.
All right, Dale, we'll see you this in a few days, really.
See you in a few
It's
days.
going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you getting there Wednesday or
No, Thursday.
Okay. All right, let's see. It'll be a good time. Morning chat. Good morning to all of you. GM. All right, so let's see what we get here. We are into resistance, 650s in NQ, and then 6643 in ES is what has to reclaim in order for us to attempt to move higher. That means we need acceptance up here for NQ. We need to see some sort of, for my approach, contraction up here to tell me that, hey, we are going to see higher. If not, I've been sort of bearish since that breakdown, and I'll continue to do so until we get a change in structure.
You gotta think in gold. How many people are chasing this thing higher? How much? I would actually love to see, when does COT data refresh? Is it on Fridays? You guys know? Let's pull some up. Let's pull it up. I think it comes out on Fridays. So as of Friday, oh, they're not doing it because of the shutdown. Oh man. I bet you, based on my experiences with some more institutional level traders and whatnot, and guys I know at Balyasny and all over the place. There are some major opportunities that are being destroyed in a good way, like positive expectancy way right now because of this government shutdown. I can guarantee you. There's these guys out there, these traders, these teams, these pods they have their own data and they know how to get it, and they have ridiculous ways, including boots on the ground, right? In different parts of the world. Go just think about the classic example of back in the day. There were hedge funds that used to pay people to park outside of, I don't know, a Walmart parking lot, right? And literally count cars. They had the data before the quarterly earnings, right? So there's people that I guarantee you that are doing that right now. They have this data that typically people rely to be fed to them. They're going and getting it by whatever means necessary, axe cap style. Right, of course. What is Jason Shapiro saying these days about like what's he doing, or any of you in the chat in his group? What's his take right now on I don't have my key indicator anymore?
All right, let's see. Once again, rejected from 650s and NQ and ES. Couldn't even get back to 66.43. So
Yeah, huge lack of buying on that last up leg there, which, by the way, was where I scratched out of my short. I'm wishing I was still holding it. Just got the algo signal short.
a little bit of sideways, action now going into the open here in 4 minutes. Let's see how we react to this gap down.
Well, Chris, it will be, right?
It will be what?
What does this market do every single Tuesday for the past month?
Oh yeah, bro, don't remind me. I forgot about that.
Dig in, man. This is gonna suck.
If this is the 6th week we get chopped, I'm canceling Tuesdays.
Oh man. You're due.
We need a box break here on these Tuesdays. What Vegas meetup? Fractal? Apparently there's a Vegas meetup.
News to me.
Hey Jim. I will be Yes, I'll be I think the last stream will be Thursday morning. I will be doing that from the hotel. And then I think that'll be it. I don't know if the others will later on, but I'll be with you guys on Thursday. I'm from Florida.
Florida.
I'll be streaming from the pool. All right, guys. Hey, Brian. Yeah, Jim will be right with me. It'll be a in-person stream.
You guys got matching banana hammocks picked out?
Yeah. Enjoying a pina colada.
Man, I know there was a lack of buying on that last up leg. My sense here is that the S&P wants to run stops up through around like 66.45.
And get
into
shot
the
back
open
down.
here. And then it's going to be an inflection. So I talked about the big 6,500 long-term inflection. Today, I think 66.50s, right? 66.55 is a really good over-under kind of for intraday. And I feel like we need to test it because it is such a great inflection.
What do you see there at 45? Are you looking at
45 is just like an approximation.
Okay, because I have a 43.
It's above a couple of
area.
recent swing highs on intraday. But really, I think 55 is the line in the sand. And that goes all the way back to like the lows, from yesterday.
All right, we were open.
Crazy flatlined delta. I see a wedge on my charts. Do you?
Oh yeah, in the 5 minute. Yeah, or whatever. I don't know what time.
Like starting from the swing high at like 4 a.m. Central.
Yeah, we're wedging up, contracting for a move. Yeah, we need above 650 in NQ and 43. I have 43 NES. We need above that. If not, we will. I don't see why we can't come back lower. Oh, come on. Semis are hurting.
Banged into a long here.
All right.
Going for my
You're
my
55.
thesis.
I gotta stay put here. We're really not doing much. I was looking at that short earlier with you, the one that you caught. That was not.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, it was not quick enough.
Stopped out.
But we are at the end of an hourly 9 downtrend, guys, and typically what that means is that we can reverse back up to the next area of resistance, but being that the market's so heavy, I mean, we can break down here and go revisit that overnight low. If we can't really reclaim 43 NES or 650s and NQ, I say we go lower. But no short for me at resistance that I was looking for. Oh, let me put this back.
Makes sense to see a little short-term flush lower here that we're seeing after kind of the failed attempt to break the short-term bull flag. So that's essentially just slightly slower traders than I stopping out below those little swing lows.
Yeah, we're going for that. Well, we have 66. I have 66, like 16, 18 NES here at this last higher low. But if we fail that, I think we go revisit London's low, overnight low. NQ would be 500. And then if we can form acceptance at those lows, then to me, we are breaking lower. So let's see if we can participate. All right, we're moving lower. We continue lower. Yes, at that 66.18. NQ coming into that 500 area. This is like first support. We can create a little consolidation here, acceptance, then we can create the structure to move lower. You know, create acceptance and then short for me to engage in the short. But big change in character and why I myself now want to be looking at shorts into a big support area.
Yeah, sellers totally in control here on this push lower so far.
Yeah, Nvidia breaking down. A lot of semi names not doing well. Helping this drive lower. All right, we are into the overnight low. If we can form some acceptance right here, I'll be able to look for a short unless we reverse, but I'm not really looking for a long at the moment. Well, we're not getting our range today, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Good action here today. Another long for me.
We do have a divergence here to help you out. NQ took out its overnight low and ES did not.
Don't get me started.
All right, let's see what we do here.
Sellers piling back in here. Tape getting a little squirrely here. It's kind of a fight. There's aggressive buyers and aggressive sellers in this region. A lot of people think that they've got it figured out on opposite sides here. Just like you and I, right? You're stalking shorts, and I'm
Yeah.
stalking longs. So the market is very split right now in its opinion, at least on the tape, is what I'm seeing. Intraday for me, this market is technically rotational, technically sideways by our NADRO-based definitions. So I'm simply fading a lower extreme of a rotational market. On a micro, super short-term type basis, this hold at like 66.15 to 20 is the sellers kind of saying, hey, we kind of want to hold or able to hold below the one standard deviation here from VWAP, which is again just a short-term indication, but something that's certainly impactful as I stop out of this trade.
And for me, no acceptance here for me to, or the structure that I want for me to engage in a short. So I just have to continue to wait.
Wasn't enough of a pullback higher there for you?
Yeah, and or sideways structures to help me manage risk. Like to me, this is still part of the downtrend. I need some rest. Yeah. Because I mean, to me, shorting at an extended move like this can mean a mean reversion where I get stopped out. but we broke that hourly consolidation we were in. And so I'm aligning with that. I just need a 2-minute structure here for me to engage.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a rapid flush lower.
Yeah,
There it
we're
is.
selling
There you
pretty
go.
hard.
Look at that delta. Just right after I said that, there was almost 2,000 contracts that immediately hit the bid. What's gold up to? Pretty sideways.
Still lower. I mean, if you're short this, you're getting paid. All right, we reached 65.93 in ES, which was, I'll share the hourly plan here again. Idea was that if we could continue lower below the weekly open in ES, was we hit 65.90, 93. We just hit that. So we are at a good area of support for ES where we can attempt to bounce. Then NQ is now at into this box support area that I highlighted we are in, that 400 range. We are bouncing right from that. So both at the same time hit support, and now we want to see if that low can be protected, or if we form acceptance down here and continue lower.
Got an order flow signal that the buyers are substantially pushing back here, saying no, we don't want to. We're going to stand up and not allow this to be a downtrend. Short-term signal.
Yeah. Right into that support area. So funny how they work together.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to short a bounce. We'll see how it looks. Yeah, don't forget the giveaway, guys, for delis. In an hour, we'll announce the winner. 750 of you so far, but they said you have to like the stream in order to win. So
Right.
you guys got to get those likes up. Help us help you win. a lifetime of lower commissions. We continue off in this bounce off that support area in ES 6590s and then NQ 400, 420 area.
If you're wondering why I didn't buy the next potential low off the low of day there, to me, I know we could see it as capitulation. I know we got an order flow signal from the area, but to me, there was a bit of panic, right? A bit of fear in the market's eyes. And I decided to play it more conservatively and not go for the next potential reentry. It's just a pattern I've seen before many times where rather than kind of an isolated kind of capitulatory order flow situation, it's a bit more of a, hey, there's some panic in the market going on the tape. So I decided to lay off for a second.
All right, let's see if we can get some sort of that structure I'm looking for up here in order for me to engage short. We just had that wedge breakdown we were talking about earlier. And we want to see if we can continue lower. If not, we reverse.
If you can't beat them, join them. I'm short.
All right.
Quick little 5-point scale out once they paused and started
You
to see
are
some.
in ES? Yeah, short ES. I'm waiting here. I gotta wait for my structure.
Take notes, chat. He's process driven. Yeah, I don't like this at all right here. Ever since that scale out, got a pretty aggressive buyer. Yeah, stopped on the remainder. Order flow continues to ever since that capitulation at the low continues to be in favor of the bulls.
We're sensing, yeah, that reversal here. ES is much stronger. Reclaimed that overnight low already. NQ struggling at this overnight low so far. So the reversal setup that I look at triggered, but I'm not that right here. So that is the entry long. And if you took that, look to see if we can reach up
I just got
above.
long there.
Nice.
Again, I keep banging into trades and getting immediate 5-point rotations in my favor. Just haven't gotten lucky yet. But let that be a lesson to you guys at home when the market is flowing, when there's good rotations, good volatility as a short-term trader, and you're trading well and you're timing up entries well, don't be discouraged by a couple false starts. Don't be discouraged by not getting some runners from areas. It's just part of the game. You keep doing what I've been doing here today, the odds are really good. I'll scale some out here for 6 or 7 points.
Yeah, beautiful. Maybe looking like a failed breakdown here now.
The buyers are certainly telling us that on the tape. Sellers failed to hold our definition of kind of that imbalance down, holding below the 1 standard deviation. So now that area, just north of 6,600 becomes the intraday inflection for kind of intraday condition.
Let's see if we do confirm a failed breakdown here shortly.
This thing could so easily rip those. Again, my initial thesis, 6640s, 6650s. It could just so easily rip.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. So my short idea might be invalid here. It's looking like a pretty aggressive failed breakdown here of that overnight low into support, which I was looking at. Just didn't think it would happen this fast.
Yes, the tape is thin today, and I don't have a dome up anywhere on any chart, any platform, anywhere on any monitor. I can tell you that the dome is a little thin, just by the way it's moving relative to historical norms. But that's good. I prefer this type of market. I really do. Give me a thin but tradable market all day over a thick stuck in the mud market. That's why most people don't like to trade fixed income. All right, algo telling me, hey, heads up, we've kind of rotated of decent ways higher here. To be aware that it's potentially time for a counter rotation against my position, things like that. But there is a lot of pain above 6640s.
Yeah. Yes, for sure. A failed breakdown.
Where's the
Thank
GEX
you.
levels at? We got something in the 6640s? Let me know, chat. Where are they at? The bubble script is just custom merit logic for trying to, at the hard right edge, mathematically guess where swing highs and swing lows are going to be.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Took some off here for 15 points. So now we'll see if we can get the rest of the thesis. Who knows? Pure luck if we get it. Don't care if we don't. $50 to $60. That's what I said, baby. 55. That's the inflection. Ben, thank you. Great scale out. Perfect spot for a turn. Sellers coming into the tape. again, I'm in the trade here, guys. Just put yourself in my position. Like, try to think of it like yourself, as if it were you. How would you be feeling? How would you be handling yourself? What type of emotions would you be feeling? For me, it was stone cold. Hey, look, my tool that I built is telling me, we've kind of rotated a decent amount here. You're long, but this is where sellers, according to your logic, tend to kind of turn and create a counter rotation. Okay, fine, I'll listen to that. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not going to, whatever, do something impulsively. We'll take a scale, right? And then we'll see if we can get lucky on the core. Just, I'm not trying to flex here by saying that. I'm trying to help you guys and just highlight the mentality, the thinking at the hard right edge.
Yeah, very fast. We moved under that prior day low, which was like the gap up open, the weekly open, and for NQ, we quickly reclaimed that. That's a failed breakdown. ES is back just into the weekly open. And we're back testing that wedge breakdown. Off that 400 area in NQ, just beautiful failed breakdown.
We're trading today, man, in terms of the market. It's moving. We didn't have, week number 7.
Yeah, it ended. I need to catch some of this now. It'll come.
Listen to the way he talks to himself there, guys. I guarantee you, internally, he's a human. He felt like, I want to participate. I need to participate. There is opportunity. And then he immediately corrected himself and said, it'll come, right? He's saying, trust the process. These little things that can easily be missed watching Chris handle his business is something I will continually try to highlight to you, to the chat.
Thank you.
Rather than tighten my stop, I'd kind of like to widen it, to be honest.
If we push up all the way up to 650s without pulling back, I'll look for a short there. ES would be back to that 43 area. But it's so far kind of stuck here at the wedge breakdown retest.
Okay, so let's clear up some stuff in the chat here. You know, what's your rationale for wanting to widen the stop, Marriott? Whoa, you can do that, moving your stop away. So let's be super clear. I've already scaled out of 2/3 of this position. So even if I would, moving your stop further away can be a very, very nasty, terrible habit, right? It's probably something you guys have never seen me do on stream here, and it is something that's quite rare for me. So let's be clear that what I'm doing here is very, very different than, oh, I don't want to take a loss. I don't want to lose. I refuse to kind of accept that and move the stop further away to stay in a position. That's not what that is, right? I'm sitting here, no threat to the position, scaled out of 2/3 of the position. And I'm thinking to myself, to answer Steve's question about the rationale, I'm just looking at the charts. And I know that there, as I keep reiterating, juicy target into mid 66 50s, 40s to 50s. But I also know that short term, what could easily happen next here? What could happen next based on an intraday type of trade? Well, let's assess the rhythm of this market. Okay, there's my own little zigzag indicator, right? What's the most probable, just like when I started talking, when these clusters of my algorithm dots started showing up right here, what am I saying is the next likely type of thing, even though I'm sitting in a long? I'm not rooting for it to just go higher. No, the next thing that could most likely happen, in my opinion, is this. Something like this. And I saw my stop sitting there, wherever it was, and I said, man, I don't want to stop out there, right? So it looks like maybe we're just going to go to target here, but the point remains. Rather than just being attached to what I want to happen, I'm trying to stay more objective about what I think is most probable, most likely, and I'm trying to manage my position accordingly. So this is pretty much it, where we see, hey, how big of a stop run are we going to have here? Are we just going to take out 43? Or are we going to go take out mid 50s? And that'll be the end of the trade for me.
Yeah, ES is back to that resistance area here at 40s. Beautiful reversal though.
Mm-hmm.
Solid failed breakdown, straight back up into resistance.
Beautiful order flow on the tape to match. Absolutely. Well, maybe that's it. Short term looks like probabilities just got pretty high for a swing high just being put in on my 3,000 volume. It is right into weekly development value area low.
Yeah, ES hit that area where I would want to be looking for a short, but NQ hasn't. I think maybe NQ wants to complete that move here into 650s. But ES is here. I mean, above this, ES will target that 55 area, 53, 55 that you're talking about.
Jacob, first and foremost, welcome to trading. You don't know it yet if you are newer to trading, but you have landed at a good spot where you can learn from some people who can really help you. When traders refer to the tape, there is no universal thing. It all is within the same realm, but different people use different tools for the tape. Some people look at the dome. Some people look at level 2 on the dome. Some people look at the time and sales window. I use none of those things that I've told you so far. I'm more of a cumulative delta, which is the only sub-pane indicator I have on the chart here, which is essentially a graphical representation of the time and sales window. That's what it is. Funny, Isaac. Don't trick him. There's so much toxic stuff in the trading world. Don't even joke. There's people with like different tools and consolidated tapes and little short-term delta profiles and all kinds of things like that. But for me, it's cumulative delta and a footprint chart that shows just graphically where bid volume and ask volume is building over time and over prices.
What is it that you saw in Delta at those lows that you took that, so we could all learn?
You know what, man? I'm gonna come clean here and just plead the fifth on that. It's too much of a it's just too private of a signal to teach here, and I'm sorry.
You guys heard it. He found the holy trail. He's not going to share it. He's looking at gamma. The gamma wall was there.
Eduardo says BS. He doesn't believe me. That's fine, man. That's fine. I love the new traders opening up in here. I agree with a lot of the advice that the chat is giving you. Like, actually, I'm scrolling through some stuff here. There's some terrible advice too. I agree with what one person said. Stay on sim, right? Stay on sim until you really start to show that you can do something in sim, that you can have a process, that you can execute it reasonably well relative to the process. If you want to know exactly the order flow signal off the low that I detailed or didn't detail, then come over here to the left side in our private Discord, which is for students only, and then we will talk about it and dissect it ad nauseum.
Stuck here. ES is at that resistance area. NQ just back testing the breakdown. We still need acceptance at the highs in order to really break through and have a sustainable move higher. So oh, ouch. A-Lab got destroyed.
What is that?
Just looking at some
Oh,
individual
Abbott.
stocks.
Abbott.
Yeah, a lot of carnage out there in the semiconductor space.
Wait, I thought Abbott was
Oh, no, that's a
health,
medical
like
company,
medical.
no?
Yeah, yeah.
No, A-Lab has been a leader in this uptrend and is now breaking down.
I cannot remember the last time I pulled up a chart of a stock.
Really?
I cannot remember. It's been years.
It's a amazing market. I mean, that's where you can really push leverage. It's much easier than futures, to me at
No
least.
way. Are you kidding me? There's so much more leverage in futures.
Well, yes, percentage-wise, yes, but can you comfortably stay in that kind of leverage for multi-weeks, multi-months?
Yeah.
You think so?
Well, it depends on the account, right?
Well, yeah.
If you've got a $5,000-$10,000 account, well, then maybe you can't even hold overnight. But you have to have in order to hold long term in futures, you got to have a decent size account for sure.
Yeah.
But then at that point, it becomes efficient use of capital, right? in terms of you can deploy a low amount of margin because of the inherent leverage, and then you could actually generate a safe rate of return on, hello, here's the stop. That
Beautiful.
was capitulatory-esque. That's probably it for me. Yeah. I'm out. Just waited for something to grab me and say, hey, we just ran a bunch of stops. And that certainly happened right there. Is that the top? Is that the end of the move? I don't know. I don't care. I saw what I saw and have been talking about that as my thesis since before the market opened. So next.
Beautiful bounce. So if we can get acceptance up here above 60, 643 in ES, then we can push up to that high at 66.52, and then there's a zone there at 55. Oh, I don't have it. I'll share this right here. So we saw a failed breakdown. Merritt caught that beautifully. And then we're now pushing back into that London high 66.55 area where we can finally slow down. NQ a little bit weak. I mean, there's still a lot of damage in the semiconductor space. It's barely coming back up into this 66.50s. I'll take a shot short there since we do need acceptance up there to now create a new sustainable move higher. So I'll just wait for my setup. But now that we have confirmed a failed breakdown, so now we can sort of say, hey, we can remain in this range that we were in pre-market, and then eventually lift back up later in the day, since we put in a good higher low against prior week low. So I have to imagine that we can move sideways, so then eventually higher to continue the bounce off the higher low. But in the meantime, into this resistance area, because we're still below the daily 9MA, I have to align with that and continue to press on shorts into resistance until we form acceptance. Since I missed this failed breakdown reversal setup, which is that was a really good one.
NQ nowhere near running recent highs as opposed to the S&P.
Yeah. Financials. Banks are, earnings have coming up. So you're getting a little bit of that rotation into those areas. XLF is strong, industrial strong, semiconductor, software, that's really bad. Yes, is going for it. It wants that
Yeah.
55 area. And Q barely just coming into that overnight resistance here at 650s. If it can push out.
Travon says, Merritt, do you stop trading for the day after a nice trade like that? No. Chris and I have talked about this on stream over the past
Yeah.
month or so. The short version is when you're trading well and the market is moving well, I think of it as my job to be in my seat and to be there for the next opportunity. I think that 99% of retail traders who, outside of some prop account parameters or whatever, like lock in the day at a certain R multiple or whatever and walk away, and that's a big important thing. There's even if only subconscious, you think you're playing like a game that's against you, right? Because you feel that's how you treat a casino. Walking away from a casino table is one of the most important things you can do if you want to make any money when you go to a casino. The edge is against you, so that's an important feature. You get a little short-term luck and you walk away. Trading, the concept is that you have the edge. Therefore, you want to be the casino and you want to keep the lights on and you want to keep the drinks flowing and you want to keep the opportunities there as long as the opportunities are there. So no, I am very passionately against getting a good trade and walking away. I understand, there's people with different philosophies on that. I think, I'm going to meet Nick here in a couple days down in Naples, and it's my understanding. I don't know him well, but it's my understanding that he's always about touching grass, right? He's always about, hey, got a good trade, let's get out of here, right? Let's go enjoy life, right? So hey, there's different mentalities for things like that, and I know that type of thinking resonates with a lot of people. So yeah, different approaches, but
I agree with you. You have to continue to execute in those environments where you're thriving.
if I was going to make sure, and by the way, I do. I mean, I play golf. I play with my kids. I am going to be traveling this week, not only to Naples but elsewhere. I would make it more schedule based, right? So, for example, hey, I know that I have this awesome thing outside of trading planned for 1 p.m. today, for example, right? Schedule it. Hey, you're going to do it. Don't make it, again, this is just my opinion, guys. Don't make it, oh, I'm up.
De lunes en la tarde en el Boulevard Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, casi esquina con Hermanos Aldama, frente a la central de abastos en la colonia Ciudad Industrial. Tenemos desafortunadas noticias que informarle. Un hombre, al parecer en situación de calle, murió tras ser atropellado por un tráiler. De acuerdo a las primeras versiones, el hombre antes de su muerte fue valorado por paramédicos, ya que lo reportaron ciudadanos al verlo en la vía pública. Fue en ese momento en el que los
they feel like they've got to earn it back and get green for the day so that they can give themselves permission to go do something else. That's tough. So anyways, I'll leave it, but I've got some thoughts on that.
It's almost at 55 for ES.
Yeah.
There is some resistance here around getting into 60. So maybe it moves up to test that NQ. What a reversal too now, pushing up.
I mean, just look at those little clusters of my algo signals, right? That's very, very atypical. It's like, yeah, okay, during the overnight session, a lot of times we'll see stuff like that. But here in the middle of the session with like lower volatility, right? It's not like a huge fast move. It's kind of grindy. That's a very atypical rotation from low of day until that high right there. Looks like maybe now there's a short-term top. Let's see, there was a good question in the chat. Where was it? We have a Ninja Trader live crew event in Naples. That's what we've been referring to there. Credelli's hosting us at his country club, and we're going to have some events and get to meet each other in person. So that's what we've been talking about. Yeah, good question. When do you stop when you're down? When I've hit daily loss limit, which you guys have gotten to see me do before on stream, or when my decision making and performance and error rate, my stuff has degraded so badly that I have to pull myself off the mound.
That nonstop.
Yeah.
No, either as well. No structure for me to engage long up here.
Yep. You either got it from low of day, which I passed on, or you got it from that little blip, which was me making exceptions, me making compromise to standard NADRO-based entry methods. It was a little out of rhythm. It was kind of into the -1 standard deviation from below. So I made some exceptions there, but I had a hypo for the session all day, which I was trying to access. And then we got some really good signals on the tape to kind of make compromise there. I always teach that the highest levels of NADRO trading are intelligent compromise. First, learn to do the simple well, then be the best at doing the simple, build that foundation, be by the book, and then start to differentiate, develop your own niche, if you will, within the space. And then learn when and where to make small compromises to the standards and allow yourself to kind of earn the right to build out your discretion in your trading. Don't try to start with the discretion. Earn the right to get more discretionary in your trading. Yeah, Shab, we'll see you down there.
That was a solid bounce. Here's NQ again. Here's that 400 area. This is that base that we're building here. Huge base. So that 400 area was just pretty strong. Support, 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 bounce right back up. Just massive.
Well, let's dissect this. So Vintage Trader says, I have to disagree. Usually, if I keep trading, I give back profits, unless the A+ really presents itself. Well,
why are you trading?
You answered your own dilemma in your own presentation of your dilemma. Your job is to put really good risk on where appropriate. And so if you continue doing that job, it sounds like you do well. And that's the ticket. We don't just keep trading to keep trading. We keep trading well so that we can keep trading well.
What is Mike, what's his name from One Good Trade? His last name? I think he was your
Belfiore.
Yeah. What did he say? One Good Trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the concept.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's your job is to take one good trade. And then once that is done, What's your job then? To take one good trade. Like, it's a great mentality, and I think that's why that book has had success.
But the market opens up, and then everything that we prepared for goes out the window, and you have FOMO. Like, I missed this move, and I can feel some FOMO here, but overall as a collective, like, how are you doing?
Protect
Yesterday was
an
amazing day for
when
me.
the
I
bell
caught 3
rings, come
trades,
out ready to fight.
all winners.
Jenny Valentine looking to
That
finish
was
this quickly.
a big day, and you do that over time, and you start to realize, hey, it's okay if I miss this move. I just need to focus on one good trade.
I think Friday is a really good encapsulation of a lot of what you just said right there, right? All of a sudden, number one, volatility expands in such a way that probably everybody's plans went out the window, right? So what do you do from that point? And that's why I had that webinar yesterday. We'll try to get that up on YouTube. I haven't used our YouTube channel in a couple of years, so we'll try to get that going again, blow the dust off. But your plans go out the window. You realize that with the pickup in volatility, you start to have more of an emotional response because you understand that big money can be made or lost in these conditions. So it's just a recipe for disaster for a lot of people. And so that's why I felt the need to do an entire talk on it yesterday. Fractal, I have been to London. I've been to the Axia floor. I've shared meals with some of those guys and whatnot. Absolutely.
Look at this move.
Yep.
I think we can have different answers for this. Look at a question for both of us. Was there a singular point in your career where you realized you were a professional trader?
Absolutely not, other than when I had to sign an exchange agreement that said, yes, I'm a professional. Yeah.
Yes, I'll pay the fees too to have that designation.
Get that out of here. No, absolutely no. Now, there were some pivotal moments in development that I often refer to, but no way. The way that I have seen it work for myself and the way that I've seen it work for the many traders I've worked with and people on the desk is more like this. You don't have any overconfidence. You're a humble student of the market. You've been beaten up. You've had a ton of failure. You have an intrinsic motivation where you love markets and you love trying to improve, and you put your freaking head down and you go to work day in and day out, and you keep your nose to the grindstone, and you work and you work and you iterate and you try to improve incrementally every single day. And then somebody like me taps you on the shoulder and says, look at your stats. You're trading better than I am. Look at this. You've really turned the corner. That is how it often happens. You wake up one day and you you have this weird, oh man, this has actually been going really well. The consistency has been there. And it's because you've been focused on the process rather than, am I good enough?
Yep. I mean, I don't consider myself a professional trader. I trade with people who trade size, and to me, you're trading that size because you can consistently put up numbers, 50, 100 lots. That to me is making multiple 6 figures in a week.
Yep.
That's a professional trader to me.
The flip side of that fractal is when you make wife changing money.
Yeah. You think you made it, and then you start forecasting with that excitement. Because
No,
I've done it.
You don't think you heard me. I said you make wife changing money.
Oh.
I saw that on X the other day. I about died.
I saw that.
That is not an MB original. I'm sorry,
But
baby.
I'm a faithful man. Yeah, there's a lot of people, who make that in a week. I mean, it's, we see on Twitter everybody's so loud, but coming from a, background like Merritt's and I, and really what's on Twitter is not big. Yeah, there was no setup for me on this. Once my setup was here at the bottom. I did not take it. This is my 9 MA reversal setup, so I missed that move. But after that, we didn't get the wedge setup that I looked for, right? In order for me to manage risk on a new idea, it was just a 9 MA uptrend higher, and so I can't engage in that. Can I be aggressive and try and say, oh yeah, we are going to continue higher? But over time, is that sustainable for me to participate in a new long in a pre-existing trend without the setup that I need in order to manage risk on that idea? Can I do that consistently over a long period of time? I can't. So I have to miss this move. But in reality, what am I missing if my rules weren't met after the reversal triggered, right? Like up here. Today it worked out great, but unless you do the work and understand the data, you won't know. So I have to, I say I have to miss this, but in reality, I didn't miss it. But from an execution point, competitive aspect, yeah, I missed this and I want to be in it.
No, the prior is more important, right? You weren't given access to the idea. You could see it unfolding. You talked about it just as I was talking about it in trading as well. You just weren't given your entry criteria, and that's not a missed opportunity, right? It feels like it because it's
the emotions. The emotions are making you feel that, but the process is not. And I think people forget that, and they focus on what the move that's happening, and they're always chasing. And so, like whoever was saying that in the morning, if they do a good trade and they continue trading, they end up having a bad day.
Matt asking, Merritt, would you talk a little about price action only versus order flow indicators, order flow / indicators? Yeah, let's break this down. I love it. Price is, really, really, really important, right? It's the main advertising mechanism of the market, right? So looking at a chart of where that has happened is very, very important. Let's go to order flow first. Order flow, to me, is a look under the hood. Okay, price did this, or price is here, or price put in this price action pattern, or made a new high or low, right? Price-based stuff. Order flow is a look under the hood at underlying strength. And by strength, I mean kind of like aggressiveness of participants and who's dominating, what side is dominating, buyers or sellers. Is it a big battle? And then you can throw volume into the mix there as well. Is it a high volume, low volume? All this kind of stuff is order flow looking under the hood of the price bars. Order flow has a shelf life. A lot of people think order flow can just be some magic thing for all traders. No, it's order flow. It's really fleeting. When it tells you something, it's got a real short shelf life. It's really like, here's what's happening right now under the hood, very short term. So order flow, there's a reason why short-term traders use order flow more heavily than long-term traders. It's because it has a shelf life. Indicators, topic number 3. Indicators are just tools to help you. They're often derived from price, volume, and order flow, right? And they're just visual things or alerts or whatnot to help you do your job better. The problem is with indicators is that people tend to put the cart before the horse. They tend to look for the indicator that's going to give them success. Real good traders know what they need to see, and they look for the indicator that makes it easiest for them to see what they need to see to do what they need to do for their process. You can take that to the bank.
Yes, looks like
MetaMoon
it
says,
went.
not true. Not true. Enlighten us, man. I don't have all the answers. Let's hear it. Gene, I talk about Nadro stuff all the time. I'd prefer to just tell you to go to the website. And if you don't get enough information on the website, our really, really crappy current website, then reach out to support. You can get all the answers you need on figuring out that kind of stuff. I just don't want to bore everybody here on the chat because I talk Nadro all the time. Oh, MetaMoon wasn't talking to me. I'm always open to being corrected, guys. I love it. Like I said when I started that webinar yesterday, I was like, oh, wait, no. That was a mentoring class. I had a mentoring class yesterday, and I told the guys, look, we're going to be working together for 12 weeks here, hand in hand. I have experience. That's why you guys are here. There's a level of trust in me for me to help you, but I don't have all the answers. And when I am working with a trader and I say, hey, here's what I think we need to fix, here's what I think you should adjust about what you're doing. If they don't agree with that, I need to hear it, right? This is not just like a merit ram stuffed down your throat and you say, yes, sir. And even if deep down you don't believe in it, because as a trader, you have to believe in what you're doing. So let's work through that conversationally. You give me pushback. And I've had plenty of traders do this. I'll say, hey, Johnny, I don't like what you're doing with XYZ. And they'll say, well, Merritt, I actually have run the numbers on this. And if we pull up this and take a look at this, the reason why I'm doing that is this, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, well done. Love that. Let's keep up with that. Seriously. That's important whenever you're developing or working with somebody that can help you.
Hey, we have 3 minutes here until Daily's giveaway.
Uh-oh. For one, it's a lifetime
Yeah.
NinjaTrader license. Save yourself $1,500. Why not?
Well,
Get
more,
that,
depending on how they
link
trade.
in the chat again for people to apply. And you have to give a thumbs up to the stream as well to win.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, that's a fantastic giveaway. You know, this day technically has kind of sucked since the low was put in, right? There's been no rotations. Which is, you know, why you were sidelined, right? There was no little structure built, no wedge, no nothing, right? If we go back to me, remember earlier I drew the zigzag stuff, right? Let's do it again. Let's just do this, right? This is moving. I was talking about, hey, I'm gonna keep taking. Go back to that point in the stream, guys. Remember where I was saying, when the market is moving nicely like this, I was talking about how I'd gotten a couple of nicely timed trades, but ultimately stopped out after maybe a scale or maybe not, right? Took a couple paper cuts. I was saying at that time, if you can keep doing that, you can have a really good chance of doing well. And sure enough, we did well today. Now, but look what happens. You rotate up, and then there's really nothing. Look at this. This is very atypical rotation, especially during the pit session. This is a little more common sometimes overnight to get this big down one, or direct straight line move. If you didn't do something in up until kind of this point in time, then that's tough. Now, can you come up with a methodology that allows you to trade a grindy straight line move like this? Yeah, you can. My question would be, how are you going to recognize conditions where that is kind of the case? That's a tough deal. Doesn't mean it can't be done though. All right, we got the link in the chat.
Yeah, it's 7:45 or 10:45 Eastern time.
You have to be in chat when we announce. MetaMoon, I am running NinjaTrader on a Mac right now. What you're looking at is a Mac. It's not running natively, though. I'm running it on Parallels.
All right, guys. So I believe we have until 10:50 a.m. So 5 more minutes for you guys to sign up. 5 more minutes to like the stream.
Almost to 500 likes.
Yeah. They said winner won't be announced until 600 likes. That's what they said.
You know, I hear that all the time, Ty. People who dislike Parallels. Could you guys fill me in on why you hate Parallels? I'm fairly new to it. I've been using it since what? I don't know, March or something. And I pretty much exclusively use it to run Ninja. I've never had it be slow. Every stream you guys have seen me trade on, it's been flawless. Performance issues. Yeah, you got to have a good build, I suppose, because you're splitting your resources between kind of two. I get that. Oscar says only the true nerds hate it, right? The people who are really geeking out on stuff. I get it. You guys are more sophisticated. That's fine. That's fine. Unnecessary RAM.
Three minutes. How many? There's 1,300 that signed up, and only 540 likes. We can
What?
do more, guys.
What?
All right, so I took a short here as we finally reached the 668 in ES and NQ at this overnight London's high. So we'll see if I can make some points here. 1.5 R is right here. And I have my stop at the highs.
No, Chris, there's like 1,100, 1,200 people on the stream right now. So less than half of you have given us a thumbs up.
Yeah, what's going on with that, guys?
Making me self-conscious. Right. If you click the like button twice, you take away your original like. It goes away. Appreciate y'all. Yeah. Why don't I trade 6E anymore? I put on a trade on stream the other day in the pound. I follow the pound, the euro, the yen, Bitcoin, crude oil, S&P, gold, copper, natural gas, NASDAQ, silver, coin, soybeans, 10-year, soybean meal.
Jesus.
And Jesus. That doesn't mean I'm actively trading them all day, every day, as you guys know. I have a couple different things that I do, right? On one hand, I look at across those markets and look for where there's really good risk reward, critical inflections. And then I've got my short-term order flow stuff, right? Where I'll be kind of more heavily S&P gold focused.
So you have a pretty big menu to trade for the competition.
Come again?
You have a pretty big menu to trade for the competition while others are just going to be trading ES or NQ. You might have the upper hand.
That's alpha, man. You guys are all like 1-to-1, just beta. Yeah, that's true. Haven't thought about that. No, I'll just be YOLO and NQ the whole time.
We really can't do much with 3 micros.
Is that the cap?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter though if it's a level playing field, right? It doesn't. They could say, "Hey, you could trade 100 minis, and it's the same competition, right? It's just bigger numbers."
Chris, what is your process for scaling out profits on a successful trade? So this is what I do. It's pretty repetitive. I take partials around 1.3 to 1.5 R on half of my position. That way I not only pay for the trade, but I pay for the trade so I can, and I make a little bit more. So if the other half gets stopped out at my loss, I still made a net, let's say 0.3 or 0.5 R, not much, right? But that provides cushion for the next potential loss. And then another, a quarter of that I take off into maybe 3 or 4 R, depending on the overall structure. And then the last quarter, I will take off, I'll trail that indefinitely, sometimes into the next day. But if you're trading with 3 micros, it's very tough because whatever partial, you would have to say maybe take partials at 2R, so then that can offset the potential loss in the remaining contracts that you close. But if you're still learning, what I say, and then maybe what Mary will agree on, is that you want to really work on developing the habit of executing. And so if you're focused on that, you're not really focused on making the money. So if you do consider partial exit strategy, then take 2 off out of the 3 into, I would say 1R, because that can pay for your trade. And that will allow you to remain focused in the process of your approach versus chasing money?
I think a couple things. What you know that we have differing views on R-based scales versus not. I like to make all scales market generated information versus
Yes.
R-based, but to each their own. And then the other thing is, if you're trading a 3-lot, which for the arena we will be, scaling 2 initially versus maybe 1 of the 3. I always try to teach people to match up your trade management scheme with where the majority of your edge comes from. So, for example, we talked about order flow earlier, short shelf life, shorter term. If your edge comes from short-term signals and order flow, absolutely take more off quicker in terms of scales. If your edge comes from, let's say, NADRO, narrative-based, directional bias, what the market's up to, really good lines in the sand, kind of like intraday position trader, like get in from a great trade location and hold, then I think you pair up a smaller scale out with holding more of the position for where the edge comes from, which is directional type of move. So that's my thoughts. At the end of the day, there's a lot of ways to fluff the cat.
Yep. All right, guys. 2 things here. One, I took partials. I had a exit half of my position at 1.5 R. It didn't quite hit there, so I took partials at 1 R on half. Now the trade is paid for, and it can do whatever it wants. If the strength continues, I'll get stopped out. If we get a little bit of a further pullback, I'll make some points. And then 2, we do have a winner here. You want to share who that is, Merritt? Drum roll.
It is Jules. Congratulations, Jules. Is Jules in the chat? Let's see it.
Show
Prove it.
yourself.
Prove it. Show
Selfie
yourself.
or it's not you.
JULS.
What's the time that we can...
Boom.
Oh, there you go.
Congrats. Lifetime Ninja license. Congrats.
Fantastic, guys. Jules, congrats. Oh, Jim's here. Jim's in the background, huh?
Jim's here, lurking. I can't wait to see you, Jim. It's going to be fun.
All right, so I finally caught a trade. I took a short when the 9MA uptrend ended. If you guys see, my short came at the break of this last higher low here. I was trying to take off half at 1.5 R. It did not exactly hit there, so I moved it up so I could get out of half just because this tape is strong. And what we can see instead here is some sort of wedge contraction that we can continue higher. So I don't want to overstay my welcome. If we do get a little bit of a further pullback and maybe we come back lower, then the rest of my position will make points. If not, it'll be a scratch trade for me. But from a bullish perspective, we saw a failed breakdown, an hourly reversal, and continuation higher from this can take us to 800 in NQ and 6680 in ES.
Look what the cat drug in.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yo, yo.
So we're
whenever
both short, huh?
whenever you do the thing where you like look down and the hat covers your face. I feel like it's always like about to be like a cinematic moment where you like come back into the camera, and it's gonna be like a thing, but usually you're just super, super chill.
Not me. Not me. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Um, kind of salty that I didn't get any longs,
Mm,
but I'm
Oh,
in a short, so it could be worse.
you.
Dude, those longs, man, came out of the perfect spot too.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I got lucky. I caught it. I made an exception and kind of caught it off that first little pullback after the
Must
low.
be nice.
it was a good short. Very tight stop.
Well, no, it's like this now. Earlier, it was like around 15 points or so. It's like up here.
What do you see for the short up there?
A few things actually. So obviously, just sitting here watching this thing run and never being able to take a short because every time they sell it down, they don't get anything for it.
Mm-hmm.
High time frame, you go up. This is an old spot that I had marked. At the time, it's like really thin volume under. So what they do? They just went down, built a bunch. This is the first time back. So my thing always is when you break a key spot like that, the first time back is likely going to find similar activity, which this time would be offer. So I'm looking for a reoffer. I'm waiting. It finally sweeps through and it comes back, and there's quite a bit of buying up there. So that allowed me to take some risk. I wouldn't have been able to push that button though. So I would have stayed off the shorts if it weren't for also this volume node here. It looks like this now, but at the time it wasn't really, I don't know another word better for it than like resolved. It was a really weird taper. It was kind of like a cave down here, not much of a
Mm-hmm.
build. So it gave me room. Price was extended like maybe 70 points away from the nine. So to me, it was like I can get an opportunity to short this because even if it were just going to be a pullback, I can scale into that pullback, pay for the risk, and then now I have an opportunity to hold, whatever left is two now, for it to be potentially a local swing high or something like that. So that was the short. If it
It's
weren't for
interesting
those,
how the difference, like the high in the S&P looks like trash. It looks
it
awful.
does. Yep, it really does.
How I hadn't really looked at Nasdaq. It definitely has a different feel up there. But yeah.
Yeah, the NQ's move back was definitely showing a little more weakness there. I scaled out. I think I had only five. I couldn't really get, I can't really get too much size on today because the range is pretty wide. When I got to desk, our vol was like almost 190. It's at 160 now. Everything's wider, so I can't get that much
Yep.
size on. I scaled out really
That's
aggressively
prudent.
into this spot, like the 680s. So it is what it is. I don't think ES is done, so these are probably going to come back to me, but we'll see what we can get for the next hour.
Cool, man. That's well structured trade idea.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll probably take a scratch on this short as well. If it stops me out and we make new highs. But all right, gang. I'm
Yeah.
out of here. I have to get ready. I'm flying with XY tomorrow.
Oh,
So,
yeah. I'll see you at the airport, man.
yeah.
Same flight.
Hey, you guys behave on the way down. We gotta we need you in tip top shape for the full weekend, okay? So just
We're
chill,
spending
Daddy.
an entire day just traveling down. It's actually insane.
Wow. I think
And
it's
we-
a hour and 45-minute flight or maybe closer to 2 hours for me from Nashville, so no big deal.
Oh, it's a quick
That's
nap.
like one of our stops. One of our
Yeah,
layovers.
our
2
stops
hours.
was 2 hours.
It's actually insane.
Well, cool. Well, safe travels, boys, and we will see y'all soon. Chat.
Yep. I'll catch you guys soon.
Love you guys. Enjoyed it.
All right,
Cheers.
later, guys. Merritt, congrats on that long.
Thank you.
I know.
Chat. You guys take care.
Yeah, that long would have been nice, guys. Seeing it now, or even when I got to desk, I was thinking about longs here, But I chickened out of it. Hindsight. Yeah, I chickened out of that. It was so good too because it was this spot of volume, right? That last node. So zone starts over here, September 16, 17. Comes down, tests it. And they happen to just slip right through this, come back, build a little bit, and then gap up. And this was a retest in the morning, which would, what's even better is this. You see this node right here? In this node, there's a lot of order flow. If you look at order flow in any capacity of footprint, there's a lot of it in here. And as soon as this gets set off sides and they can hold this again against this volume, this is something I enter in all the time. And on this whole move up, I'm waiting for something like this to happen. I'm waiting for a node to build and get set off sides. Best they gave me was the sweep. It paid. I took 3 lots off, so just a bit more than half, and then the other 2 got taken out. But they haven't really been able to make that condition. So the plan played out pretty much as expected. Pull back to the 9, scaled out at the 9 towards the 9, and then hold the rest in case this is the move back through, but it ain't so. Nah, room 550. I did not make 30K on that long, but that's my own fault. I wasn't up early enough, so it's such a good long, man. Like perfect setup, textbook. Dude, I'm just going through chat right now. You guys are funny. Mm. Yes, as I mentioned just earlier, sizing is going to be different today. Not only smaller, but definitely going to be scaling into things rather than otherwise. Can get dicey real quick. Yeah, hindsight longs right here. Or no, it was this one. It was this one. This was the hindsight. I wish I got long instead of just waiting for a pullback lower. I literally sat through this whole thing. So basically like for an hour until I got into that short. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I am not expecting much of a move back down, so from what I'm seeing so far, obviously, unless things change, and they very much can, I'm thinking it's gonna be rebids or nothing. Trading is hard. It absolutely is. Some Nautilus. Yeah, I apologize, guys, if I won't be too active in this session, but missed a long, not just this long or this long or this long, but also this long. Just missed this long because I was short into it. So we're gonna have to get some really good opportunities here. Can't mess around a day like today. think if ES can lock out these 70s, another short wouldn't be out of the picture, but I just would rather get a long than a short right now. So perhaps if they can head back down to the 670s here, 680s, can try a long. I think this is a key spot. So I'm willing to wait for price as of right now. I'm willing to wait for price to come back to the spot because I can see if they're looking to still try to hold it and I can get long with it. But if they do fall below this volume now, after actually making this move higher, this can also be a pretty good short down. So I'm going to wait for around the 680, 660s to trade. And we'll try to get something going. We'll see what's up. But I'm not looking to initiate a short anymore. Lucky enough to be paying on the last one. And I'd like longs around here, but also around here can set up a good turn for a short. So we'll see. Kai, I got short. My average is probably like, I think in the 30s. Took off this. So close to 50 points on 3 lots, and I held on to 2, and the 2 came back to me. So I've been paid nicely on that short. Left a little less than half on the table for break even though, so. Lucas, am I only trading my own funds? Yes, lately. That's all you guys have been seeing. But I started working on some evals somewhere else. And they should be done soon, I think. I'll probably start like next week or something like that. I tried to get some of those trades in on stream on Friday, but the market was just not, it was too scary, so I couldn't really do anything, but they are working. They are working. I'll probably be able to finish them up today and do a little of that. Honestly, if you're trading anything but your own book and you're trading like anything more than 3 lots, it's quite dicey. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Why is my volume profile so small? I don't know. I just like the setting. I don't want it like all cluttering up the right side of my chart. So yeah, I'm just used to it. Last week almost wrecked you. Yeah, it was. I mean, I was lucky I made my money before the drop. The book was super thin. I don't like interacting with a really thin book. So how would you say the best way to use prop within my strategy? I mean, I'm a scalper pretty naturally, so it works for me. I haven't been trading prop for a long time, so I gotta rethink how I want to do things if I'm going to try to like copy trade a bunch, because I can't size the way that I do now unless I switch down to micros. Um, I'll probably do like 1 to 3 max lots. That's probably what I'll do, 3 max. So we'll go through it together. Yeah, maybe starting next week, I'll go over that. Usually I taper my trading a lot through the end of the year because of like holiday season and stuff. So yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of scalping. Um, the shitty part about props for me is you as a scalper, it's weird to say, but you have to be even more like scalp-y, right? You have to really take your wins, take the payouts as they come. Some have intraday, things like that. Yeah, but on your own book, there's none of that. You can just hold a trade. So, Mike, I only do 150. It would make absolutely no sense for me to trade 50s, even if I'm copying like 20 of them or something like that. It's maybe 20, I don't know. At that point, I would just rather trade my own book, honestly. 8 EMA is cursed, 9 is lucky. I wouldn't know. I've never used anything other than the 9 or the 20. What number of bars used for rotating delta? Right now, it's a 16 tick compression. It's 4 points. The range expanded, so I'm not able to say what firm I'm using, but it's the one with the daily payouts. I think once you're used to trading your own book, anything that's not going to allow you to do daily payouts is not really worth it if you're already trading your own book, unless you want the additional leverage. Volume Delta Profile is an OFL indicator. OFLabs.com is where you can get it. John Cackler, 150, 150K. Benjamin E. I must plead the fifth, but I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, I wanted some, so I'm gonna be gone for like 2 weeks, end of October to mid-November, and I don't want to be trying to trade my own book during like Asia London session over there in Japan. So I fired up some prop to just like scalp Asia and London while I'm over there. Here and there, whenever I've got downtime, just pull it up, scalp a little bit, and take the money out day by day. When I say day by day, you guys probably know what I'm talking about. So anyone who's wondering what prop it is, you probably know now. But yeah, that's pretty much the reason for it. Otherwise, I would just still be trading my own book on live with you guys. But I think it's a good excuse to just start winding down my trading for the year too. Holidays get a little dull. Another day without XY playbooks. Sorry, man. I mean, I've had it done for like I don't know, like 3 weeks now. Feels like it. I'm not sure, but hey, website pro. But we got a guy, guys. We hired a guy to fix our stuff. So he's been busy. He's been busy with family stuff, but I think he's back in it. He's back on it. So as soon as it's out, it did not pay expedited fee out of Fiverr. FTT. Uh, yeah, John, I like the 150 or 50, but I mean it's different for everybody, right? For a lot of people, the 50 makes more sense. For a lot of people, the 25 makes sense. There's no right answer, to be honest with you guys. There's no right answer. It's whatever works for you, makes sense for the way you size and take profit and scale out. If you don't scale out, it actually really doesn't matter too much because you're flat to flat, static sizing. Fractal, no, I don't. That's too much pressure, man. I get asked a lot like, hey, can I just give you some money and you trade it? Like, no, that's too much. I tell all my buddies, like, that's not how it works. You're not gonna give me money, I'm gonna give you back more, something like that. Jose's trades. I'm gonna join OFL today. Yeah, I want to another thing too. I've been getting a lot of messages. There's like newcomers to OFL, which is great to see. I don't do my regular streams in there anymore. I haven't for like over a month now, I think, because more commitments towards these streams. So if you come in there and you're wondering where the hell I am with my streams, I'm actually just on here. So Doesn't mean I'm not in there. I'm definitely in there. Can interact with me in there. Do I ever trade ES or NQ only? I trade ES as well. Sometimes ES will set it up better than NQ. But usually how I do that is I can have two ladders up. So we're just waiting on the NT DOMs to be complete. And once they are done and I can like use them to a better capacity, I'll actually have both DOMs up all the time. So you guys can see me with two ladders up. That's usually how I do this. So I have the ES ladder and the NQ ladder. Did I have a trading mentor? No. No trading mentor. I've just taken a lot from a lot. My approach has always been, um, I think there's too much hang up on like, oh, what works and what doesn't. I just assume that everything works. The issue is very few things will work for you. And so I've taken a lot of little things from a lot of things that I've seen on YouTube or this or that or different people. And over time, you just kind of realize, hey, this works for me, this doesn't work for me. And I just don't really care if something works or it doesn't, because I don't know, it seems like everything works. What I don't think works great for other people and stuff like that. And at that point, it's like, who cares if it works or not? Just you just know that it doesn't work for you. It's totally fine. I don't need to try to convince people that, their strategy is shit or something. Ninja, can we get XYZ Trade London live for a few sessions? Yeah, the problem with that is they're still in the States. They're gonna have to find somebody that's up at 3 a.m. Yeah, that ain't gonna be nice. No one gets paid enough to do that. Okay, good question. So, XYZ, you said likely NQ will be bid. What in the chart tells you so? Just trying to understand after a near straight up move, why not rotation? I stick bid bias because the sellers have not gotten what they want since this low, and they had the chance here. It just led to another high, and that information has not changed. So, um, I'm gonna try one here. I really hate this location, but the range is so wide. I'm gonna give this one, and as it develops, I might add in some more, maybe at better prices or something. But yeah, maybe if this works out and I just have one, I'll consider it a runner to continue on with the last two that I had that got stopped out. But yeah, I think so because volume is definitely not building lower. Ever since this down move, volume has only built higher and it's still doing so, and we're still in this node. But I did note when price would retest the 80s to the 60s, I'm going to use that as a gauge. Are we looking like we're going to continue to bid, or is the bid getting chewed through and then we can trade under? So if we trade under, it means that now this volume is offsides. That's going to be the thing that gets me to short. If this volume is not offsides, I will not take a short. I just won't do it. So to me, this pretty shitty entry is because they did test this. They blipped it real fast. They didn't really give me much. But there is volume down there. There was a decent amount of buying in these 80s that I'm looking at right now, up to the 90s. So if I want access to this, I got to get in here. And if I get in here, I'm not willing to take like more than one lot right now. So that's the trade. But yeah, the idea was I want to see the 80s to the 60s trade and see what's up. Are we likely going to hold this bid, or is this going to be potentially a turn where the sellers finally get what they want? And again, they don't get what they want. So You can say, hey, look, we've gone up so much. How can we go up further? Well, we're going to go up until they find sellers, and they really haven't found like strong selling. So the market's job is to continue to go until they can find enough selling to appease all of the demand. So that's what it is right now. I'm actually going to tighten this up. If it starts to go lower, I actually want to just get out of this and be able to revisit. When playbook, when the website is fixed. I don't know anything about that website backend stuff, so I don't really know what to tell you guys, but yeah. Let's see. 30 points. Jason Lee, what are you talking about 30 points? Did I enter now because I saw bars and Dom or candle turning blue? I'm trading based off of what I see on the Dom. It's just that I saw it and I pressed it a little too late, and I just have a pretty bad entry, which is why it's only one lot. Whenever I get the DOMs up here, you're gonna see me enter on the DOM like directly, limit order. That's usually what I prefer to do. 30-point stop loss. Not typical for me. No. That's why I only have one lot. I'm not willing to use a 30-point stop loss for more size. If I have to use a 30-point stop loss in this kind of range, my entry's not that good. If my entry's not that good, I'm not willing to pay that much for it. I don't even know what that is, John Cackler. Jason, oh, I have 20-point stops today. On this trade, yeah. On this trade, yes. My first trade, I had a 15 or 14-point stop, which still is extended for me. That's why I put on 5 instead of like anything further, 7 or 8. Do we have any more giveaways? Is that still happening at all? Does anyone know? Also, while we're talking about that, please hit the likes if you haven't. I haven't asked for likes in a while. I'm gonna flatten this trade. I don't really like the long too much anymore. Yes, my bet sizing is always based on how much it's actually going to cost, and that factors in points. So if I have to have wider stops, it will be much less size, that's for sure. To me, what I size into the opportunity is also based off of what the market grants me as an opportunity. If they give me a chance to get a pretty good entry, then I can say buy more tickets, right? More lots. But if that's not the case, yeah, I can't afford to really mess with it too much. This could be high or low. I mean, a low or high here. I really want to see 680s, 660s still. So, did I ever blew away an account? Have I ever blown an account? I couldn't even tell you how many. Smart trade. I could not even tell you how many accounts I've blown. Oh, John, if you're asking what columns I like bid and ask, pull a stack. Yeah, the bid and ask, recent bid and ask, pull stack. I use those a lot. I mean, if you guys go to my YouTube, it's just XYZ Trades. Go to my YouTube. There's a bunch of videos out there right now. I do have some that I already made, two of them for painting the tape, but the website's being overhauled, so those aren't out yet. But for now, you can go on. Oh, the Gemify ladder. Yeah, I don't even know what Gemify is. So price ladder is a price ladder, really. Were you wearing the robe when you blew the accounts? That is the thing. No, I was not. No, I was not. Not this one, at least. I don't even think I owned this yet as I was blowing the accounts. So maybe if I had them sooner, it'd be different. You know what I mean? That makes you feel better. Dude, I swear everyone's blown multiple accounts. I can't imagine no one blowing accounts. Like that's insane. To me, hyper unrealistic. And they're probably just lying to you, honestly. I don't even know why you would care to lie about something like that. It's the game. Charge it to the game, man. Head and shoulders forming? Yeah, possible, possible. We're waiting to see. There's a lot of times where I'm like, oh yeah, it's lower high, it's time to break this, and they just don't break it, and then we're just going on for the rest of the day while I watch and not get into it. So yes, every good trader has blown multiple accounts because every trader, I think, has blown multiple accounts. So certainly every good trader has also blown many accounts. That's kind of like a probably 100% of the time that is true. Am I bald? No, but I try to be. I'm actually overdue. I got a haircut like 5 days ago, and it's already too long for my liking. So I'm gonna get another one today. How I know it's really long is if I'm shampooing my head and I can like literally feel it like moving my hair around. Yeah. Is Pal speaking today? Pal speaking today in like 50 minutes or something. Let me see. Yeah, about 50 minutes. What is wrong with Eagles? Oh my goodness, what isn't wrong with them? I still want Kevin Patullo fired, their offensive coordinator. So that would be, I think, a great start. Just to do that. Get that done and dusted and move on. I was hoping they would lose by like 80 points last game just to drive that in like, hey, something really needs to happen. Someone needs to get fired. And it would be the OC. Also, they did have like half of the O-line. Uh, what half of them are injured, half of the starting O-line is injured. We didn't have Quinyon Mitchell. Keely Ringo just like fouls a lot and hopes he doesn't get called for it. We didn't have Jalen Carter again because he's injured. So sucks, but it shouldn't be that bad, honestly. Try using the Clippers without a guard yet? Yeah, Steve. So uh my haircut is a one all around, and then the guard is off for like the fade, the lineup, the taper, and stuff like that. That's how my haircut goes. Just a one all around, and then the guard is right off. Yeah, I think that the Eagles are extremely talented. The roster is extremely talented, but they are not playing like the talented roster that they have. So it sucks. Honestly, the season's been crazy. Every game is wide open, no matter how good or how bad the team is. I mean, the Browns beat the Commanders yesterday. Falcons beat the Chiefs. Crazy things happen, man. Yeah, I have a little Porsche collection. There's a 992, and there's a GT2, a GT3, and an old school vintage 911. I really like the 993s. They are really nice. Yes. How many years did it take for me to become profitable? Oh, I mean, it's something I don't bring up or say often because it's an outlier and it's not a realistic stat. I started to find profits with around 6 months. That's because I was trading prop. Without that, I would probably still be like in the gutter and just getting killed by my own money. So I'm very glad they existed when they did. Um, 6 months, but not consistently as like, hey, you've got your real strategy down, you know what you're supposed to do, like on a clear-minded basis. I would say 2 years in was more of like, all right, I've really learned who I really am as a trader, what really works for me, what really hasn't, and stuck with it. And like not make too many changes afterwards, like really getting my feet into the ground. I would say about 2 years. But my exposure was better than most. I think a lot of it is my exposure because I found OFL really early and I had exposure to the right community, the right people, the right information, stuff like that. Otherwise, it'd be way different. And I did a lot of studying, guys. I think I stress this a lot in my playbook. How much like work I really put in, and it's not just work like, oh, how many hours, how many days. It's high level work. It's very efficient. It's very focused, a very focused effort into my game. Um, a lot of those things, obviously, the perfect storm of being in the right communities. Countless YouTube all the time. Something, even when I'm working out, it's like some random YouTube podcast. You guys know those podcasts, right? Random in the background, like, yeah, I put in the time. So I would say it's not the most, yeah, I would say it's more of an outlier situation because a lot of perfect storms, a lot of luck, a lot of luck. What's my YouTube? XYZ trades. I think that they can probably plug it in for me somewhere. But yeah, there's some videos. There's a lot of recap videos actually, um, on there. Take the guard off and do it all the way around. I'll legit be bald, Steve. I don't want to be actually bald. I want to be close to bald. Oh yeah, and then Zadarius Smith just randomly retired yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I have faith that they can turn things around. It was kind of like that. Last year was kind of a rough start too, right? And they got to the bowl. There really hasn't been a strong Eagles team that was just ready at the start of the season through. They've always had to build their way into a strong contending team. So we'll see. Yeah, they're fighting. Yeah, see, great example of why I'm just a bit biased because when the volume starts to taper downside, there's just no selling to really want to build into it. And nothing is really indicating that, hey, this is the more favorable side to trade. So unfortunately for me, they didn't get to the 80s, even the 80s, 70s for me to really gauge for position, but I don't want to position here. So it's going to take off without me. Boo-hoo, cry about it. I watched the Dodgers game yesterday. Yeah, because my friends like baseball. My only question was like, is this a home game or not? Because if it's a home game, it don't matter too much to me. Because you get Panda Express if they win a home game. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It was a crazy game. I was asking my friend if that guy, whoever the last hitter for the Brewers was, if he had just took that to the leg and ate that pitch, he would have got walked. They would have got a point, maybe 2 points, maybe three, because his base is loaded, right? So I was like, on a professional level, kind of like in the NBA, you take a charge, you take the hit to get the flag in football, whatever. Do you do that in baseball? Because a pitch like that flying to your leg, that can have real repercussions. Like you might be injured, right? You might be out. I want to ask you guys, do you take that people who watch baseball, would the better strategy have been to take that hit for the walk, get a point, and still have bases loaded? I want to know your opinion because I was like, runs. Okay, yeah. So that's how you know I don't watch it. My opinion was like, hey, maybe that guy should just ate that, and he wouldn't just be on base. They would have a run, right? as you say, a point. They'd have a run, and the bases would be loaded over and over and over again. Take one for the team. Take one for the team. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was my question because I'm like, dude, in any other sport, you want to take that contact because it would grant you, yes, points. We'll say points because I'm talking about other sports. But I don't know, a pitch like that to your leg, would that mean like a bad injury? I mean, obviously, if it's to your knee, you're not playing for a while, but I don't watch enough baseball to know what the preferred thing to do is. So I guess chat is saying that yes, you take the. When is Lord Kane coming on PTT? Could be sooner than you think. Could be sooner than you think. Kane is a dear friend of ours. Kane is a dear friend of PTT. So if you guys haven't yet, follow Painting the Tape on Twitter. Subscribe to Painting the Tape on YouTube. All my videos in the future will be through there. My content will be on Painting the Tape, paintingthetape.net. For now, just go to my YouTube because I don't have any new content published. So if anyone's wondering, it's on there. But so normally, like this activity would make me want to short, but I don't like these highs, man. They're pretty bad. So I would still be open for a bit, but we'll see. It's accelerating. It is definitely accelerating. Cool. So I learned something about baseball today. Eagles feel like second half of 2023. Jay Black Mountain. Eagles look like 2023, period. Their offensive coordinator looks just like Brian Johnson from 2023. We are all getting PTSD starting game one. You could already see it. Like this is what we suffered through, and that's why everyone's been calling for him to be fired. It's just it's bad. Let's see where we are. What was my process? My trade pop scalp. Scalp. I do not care for any big moves. It's quite different than what you see me do here. It's a lot easier to do what I'm doing here if it's your own book because you don't have rules like, drawdowns and stuff. But yeah, on props, you don't have to worry about securing payouts or being denied or anything on your own book. So a lot can change. But on props, I just scalp. I don't really need anything crazy. I hate this fill. I'm sticking to one because I don't like this fill at all. This is like a breakout fill. But the order came into the market a little late for me. Only way I would have got more size is lower. If price came back lower, I would have maybe added some more, but I'm gonna tighten this. If it comes back, I want to get my risk off and try to get a better risk on. Man, every time they trade like right into this, right under 700s, it just flips right back. I really want to see 680s. Yeah, what's it with this? Yeah, Jeff. So that's another thing I asked my buddies. Like, okay, these are professionals. It's kind of like in the NBA, you learn how to take a charge, you learn how to, all that stuff. You learn how to initiate and receive contact in a strategic way. So I was like, don't baseball players also know how to do that, right? Because in other sports, you learn how to game that. And so yeah, what you're saying is also one of my thoughts. Like obviously that baseball is coming at you like 100 miles an hour. I don't know if it's even possible to practice something like that, but I did have that thought. I did have that thought. A lot of China talk. Yeah, I can see the book just randomly doing things. So, I mean, on one lot, 18-point risk on this. The short earlier on, which was not even that good of a trade in hindsight because it didn't work out too well. They paid me a lot. I think it's like a little over 3 grand on it. So I don't really I'm not squeamish on this one lot here. If anything, I would not mind the market coming back down so that I can get a better spot, squeeze in more size for a long. But the market doesn't care what I want. And if this is the best it's going to give me for now, I'll just tack on one and we'll ride with one. My coach used to me. Yeah, profit target, that was my thought too, right? 100 miles an hour, you try to take that and it just happens to hit your knee and you will never be the same again. Crowd the play. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know much about baseball, guys. The extent of my baseball knowledge, like not just the game aside, but like keeping up with it is um I really want the Dodgers to win home games because we get Panda Express for only $6 when they do. And last year, my phone, I have the ESPN app on my phone. It could not stop telling me the Dodgers won again and again. And this year, my phone just seems to always tell me that the Dodgers lost again. So there's been a lot less Panda Express this year. Um, but apparently a lot of injuries and they're healthy now and things are different. And yeah, that's my extent. Basketball and football are my thing. Can't wait for basketball to be back. In literally a week, it's going to be regular season. One thing I know right now is Wemby's putting up cool preseason stats, but I'm always looking at turnovers. You got to be risk first. He's putting up crazy stats, and I'm looking at turnovers, and there's like almost double-digit turnovers every single game, and I don't like that. Andres. Yeah, I mean, it's going all right. I can't lie. Can't lie about it. I wish I had a better fills down here. Would have been able to get maybe like two more lots on. I would have been willing to risk 3 lots instead of one, but whatever. Nugs winning it this year? That reminds me, Westbrook hasn't been signed yet anywhere, huh? Russell Westbrook, he is still unsigned. Three years Cooper Flag would be best? Nah, I don't like to hear that at all. It's got to be Wemby, or else it's a big letdown. Cooper Flag looking real nice though. Trader Nautilus. It is okay. So XY, since we don't see your DOM and I know you're using it, could you perform the same with using your chart only, or is DOM essential? DOM is it adds a very big layer of edge to my trading. So I do it actually, I've done it often trading without it. Like when I'm in Asia, I'm going to trade without it, which is why I don't want to trade my own book. Um, it's gonna be like on a laptop. I have this like I don't really bring like I don't really have much use for laptops. So I have this like old laptop that I used to scalp when I'm traveling, and that's what I'm going to be doing. So I'm like, I need to get some prop accounts and do that uh, while I'm in Asia. So that's why, I don't want to try to trade my own book, trying to scalp Asia. Because if I'm doing Asia and London, I do want to size bigger too, because the range is a lot more narrow. It's a lot more slow, but predictable in its direction. And I don't want to deal with a even thinner book, less volume, my own book, and I don't really have all of what I can see at home. So I do that often, yeah. You can see on these streams, I get a lot of fills where I'm like, I hate this fill because I'm hitting market. Usually I'm gonna enter in on the DOM and I'm gonna choose where I want to engage and stuff like that. And if you go to my YouTube, you're gonna see that. I have a lot of examples on my YouTube of how I engage utilizing it, and it's all there. So I'm gonna start trailing this now. It's kind of running away. Probably due for a pullback sooner than later. And I only have one lot, so we're getting into really thin volume territory. If a pullback's gonna happen, it's likely gonna be around this area. They'll probably hold it higher somewhere and continue to grind through into the 900s area up here, maybe even to the top of this volume. This should not be a green zone anymore, but whatever. You get the point. Yeah. I traded prop 2. Did it help? Dude, it saved me tons of money. I started trading with my own book. I've blown 3 accounts, like my own funded money, right? Before I discovered prop and was able to really taper that expense down, the tuition prices because of prop. Blew like $1.5 million of prop accounts instead of my own money and stuff. And it helped a lot. It helped a lot because it allowed me to have skin in the game where I still feel like I'm executing, right? And the emotions, you're getting acquainted with the emotions, getting used to them. You're learning how to manage them, work around them. You're testing out different strategies. I've done so many things to get where I am. I've tried so many things. Um, that's why I will never shit on someone else's trading strategy because doing all those things, I've incorporated so much random stuff that I don't think, I honestly don't think that there's anything that doesn't work because everything boils down to risk management. And if you have risk management, any strategy can make it work. That's why I'm very risk focused in my trading, very not target focused, risk focused first, because it has always led to the best equity curves for me. And you trade how you trade. You tell me my trading sucks. Sure, I'll believe it. Right? It's everyone's got a different take. As long as you manage risk, it's gonna work. This is the Versace robe. Yes, Nautilus. This is the one that somebody won. This is the eliminates at least half of drawdown on your trades. Yeah. Razor Lab, I appreciate that, man. Uh, Jason, yeah, you missed it. I think last Wednesday I had a red day. So the green streak died last Wednesday. It's back on now. Today is day 3. I think I didn't trade yesterday, so today is green streak day 3, something like that. But yes, Wednesday, rest in peace, green streak. I think I lost like $2,000 on Wednesday, whatever it was. So please hit the likes, guys. Rest in peace, my money. You can buy Hive Day with no drawdown in that robe. Smart trade, maybe one day. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, I'm as shocked as you are that this trade is still running this strong. So if we get to, I'm definitely gonna book it at right before the 880s. That's the 50% IB extension. So if I get lucky enough for it to run that far, I'm actually just gonna take it there.
Yo,
Oh, hey, Jim.
we have that RTH gap fill, which is imminent in the E-mini 94 half,
Yeah, they're
baby.
working through really thin volume up here. So this can definitely just run through. We'll see. We will see. I'm gonna put this here.
So help me see your numbers a little bit. Where are you long from? Oh, never mind. I got it.
Did I put the Panda Express coupon in the prize robe? No, no. Maybe for 300K subscriptions on the channel. Yes, also, if you haven't hit the like, please do. Margin call wicking fabric. Possible, it's possible. Did you see the game yesterday, Jim?
Which one?
Dodgers Brewers.
No. As a matter of fact, not only did I not see it, I don't even know what the outcome was. What was the outcome?
Dodgers barely skirted by.
I think that's
I wanted to watch football.
well, yeah. No, I don't know what I was doing. I know the
Cooper
Bears,
says Bears. Yeah, you
yeah,
every Bears win is a huge celebration these days, huh?
they barely
Congrats,
scraped through
Cooper.
too.
Dude, that Jaden uh that fumble was a heartbreaker for the Commanders, huh? Not that I care because they're division rivals. So I'm happy the Bears won, but
Yeah,
were
it
you
was
sweating it when you realized that Jake Moody had to hit that kick?
Oh my God.
Jacob Brooks has told you 860. Well, chat always knows where the market's gonna go.
It's happening, man.
Jim,
Yeah.
you gonna bring me some cigars in Naples?
Yeah, you want some cigars? I'll bring them.
Only if you puff it with me.
100%.
We'll do it while they're playing tennis.
Don't tell Mrs. Kaggs. She's not a fan. Nice trade though, man. I mean, you hit that
Thank
nice.
you.
I like it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How about that? A hand for XYZ. Good job, man. I mean, it's a hard part of the day too, right? So this is the toughest part of the day for me. It's like
It is
11 to
tough.
12. It's just hard.
It is tough. Yeah. I was still able to get long because volume structure allowed a move back through and stuff like that, but it's not always like this, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard to get long still after this kind of thing, but I've been killed enough times just getting short because of this that eventually I just learned, hey, it's longs or nothing. So
Yeah, it's kind of weird today though. I mean, you got it, this is a data starved environment, right? With the government being shut down, and we have a big event at 12:20, a potentially big event with Chair Powell. So it's like, how do you anticipate that? There's a lot of people that are, right? A lot of people trying to step in front of it, especially in the bond market right now. Um, and maybe it'll be a nothing burger, man. Maybe he'll just talk about uh, the Ninja Trader Live meetup down in Naples.
well, I'm back with Leo later, and if the market's not letting us do anything at all, we're just who knows what we'll be doing. We're talking about.
Yeah, this afternoon has potential. There's some potential this afternoon, I think.
I hope
Everyone's
so.
going to be looking at these remarks. There's going to be some action, some price action, as they say.
Hope so. Good send off into my all day long travel tomorrow would be nice.
Oh my, what time do you get in?
I'm landing at like 9. Chris and I are on the same flight. Um, I'm landing at around there at 9. When are you getting in?
I'm getting in tomorrow. I land at about 5:30.
Okay, so you'll be there first.
Well, you know where I'll be when you pull into the hotel.
Yeah, I'll check in and head right there.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, appreciate everybody being here this morning. We're going to do an edge report in a second, but first, thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. Greatly appreciate that. We had a lot of fun with another couple giveaways today. We saw an awesome trade by XYZ. Thank you for that, XYZ. Let's give him an extra thumbs up, everybody. Oh, Jeff asked if we're staying on the water. I don't know where we're staying, by the way, XYZ. I just go where I'm told.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've never even been there, so.
Yeah, whoever Sav sends me. So anyway, cool, man. Cool beans. I'll see you this afternoon. We're going to do a really quick edge report here at the end of the morning stream.
See you, chat.
All right, so let me talk about that edge full stat. I did a edge alert on it earlier, and I didn't think we were going to get it so quickly, but that yellow line going across the top, I know there's a lot of lines. I apologize for that. I should have made it extra wide, but that's the previous session's regular trading hour close. And it was a gap down. Remember, we opened where did we open? We opened way down here. So there's a lot of room for this gap to get filled, right? And we started doing it at the end of the initial balance, and then we paused for, these are 30-minute candles. We paused for an hour, and then we rifled up. Now, interestingly enough, it's a 74% fill rate based on a 1-year look back based on a Tuesday. So that's a high percentage. That's 3/4 of, it didn't look like, right down here, it didn't look like we were going to do it, but we actually missed it by a tick. The high was 94.25 if I have my ticks right, and we missed it by 1 tick. So I'm going to say that's close enough for government work, but the government's not working. So maybe we will get that 94.50 one more time. Now, you might ask, well, what's going on with the NASDAQ? Is it something similar? And the answer is no. The NASDAQ, interestingly enough, for the same statistics, the same look back, the same everything, there's only a 50% chance we're going to get to that yellow line, right? That's regular trading hour close, 24,920 half. And we didn't quite get there yet. We didn't extend it yet, but the percent's only 50%. It's not 74%. So that was an interesting change of pace right there. There's also some high vol levels up there in the NASDAQ that we have to worry about. Now, the pattern is kind of similar, right? We have a big 30-minute candle here in the second part of the initial balance, and then not quite a couple of dojis like we had in the E-mini S&P side by side, but pretty close. I mean, we didn't have a lot of price movement between these two open to close in that 60-minute period. And then this last 30 minutes, we did take off a little bit as well, right up to the pivot here. This is the daily pivot where we're kind of stalling right now. We'll see if we make it back up to that 50% level there, that 29,920 and a half. Couple of high volume nodes, the official point of control we just launched off of, and that's approximately, I don't know, 24,715. So remember, Chair Powell at 1220. This is a starved environment for news. With the government shutdown and these reports that are not being issued. So my guess is the regular, Chair Powell's comments, which are already supercharged, are going to be magnified even more. So keep an eye on that. 1220, it's right around the corner, and let's just see what bonds are doing really quickly here. We're back in the middle of the field, I think. Yeah, a little bit lower here. Low end of the bottom of the value area, right by that call resistance level at 1800. So this is going to move too. All these markets are going to move if he says something overly out of the conservative kind of neutral level that sometimes he mentions. So you never know. In any event, be careful with that for sure today. We're going to be back at 2:30. Me, Shy, XYZ, Leo the Big Cat's going to be trading the close. Looking forward to that. Thank you, everybody, for being there. The Dow, Neil wants to talk about the Dow. I haven't looked at the Dow, to be honest with you. We could take a peek at it right now really quickly. Hang on, Mission Control. Let me just see what's happening. Wow, well, that's pretty interesting. Let's go to a daily really quickly here. I do not, let's see. Yeah, so the Dow actually is doing a pretty decent job. Remember, if you look at this benchmark candle here, this big red one that we had on Friday, I like to look at the piercing line. Yesterday, we closed above that piercing line, which is this green candle. And then today, it looks like we're pushing even higher, big seller buyer's wick at the bottom. So this is actually pretty bullish from a daily chart, to be honest with you. Intraday, I think that gap is probably long gone. Yeah, that gap has been filled. So the gap was pretty much from here. This is where we closed at 297. We filled that gap. R1 is the next target up here, and then above that, R2. There's not a lot of jacks levels up here at this point. So 507, and my next target up, should we go up, is 717. Hope that helps. All right, that is this afternoon's Edge Report. We will see everybody this afternoon at 2:30. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. Thank you for being here. Had a great day today.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order rejected. Order filled. Order rejected. Order rejected. Order rejected.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schuchart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. We told you this morning, watch out at 12:20 for Powell to speak, and the markets were loving it. He did come across very dovish, kind of a different tone than he's been in the past, where it's been more kind of a let's wait and see. He expressed that the labor market prospects continue to worsen, and sounded very worried about the labor market. In my opinion, I think he probably saw the employment numbers that we didn't see, but we don't know yet or not, but he was very concerned about the labor market. He also signaled that the central bank may stop shrinking its balance sheet in the coming months, which is an important shift necessary to preserve liquidity in the overnight funding market. So it seems that he's worried about tightening in the money markets. Of course, by stop shrinking the balance sheet, that just adds more liquidity all around and more liquidity into the market. So it was kind of a turn for Powell to the more dovish side. And again, we did see indices liking that a lot. We had Goldman Sachs come out, said they are going to cut more jobs as AI saves costs. They said they expect to see further savings across its businesses and take advantages of opportunity from AI. So we are starting to see some layoffs in the AI, which will put further pressure on the labor market. GS is down today, but off the lows. Then on kind of the geopolitical front, Trump said there was a boat strike off of Venezuela that killed 6 accused traffickers. He said there was a drug boat off the coast of Venezuela. We know we've had troops sitting there, and that killed 6 alleged traffickers. Nobody in the U.S. was hurt. Trump said that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the strike against the vessel affiliated with a designated terrorist organization, but did not identify the group. That said, keep an eye on that. We had crude slightly up on that, but still negative sentiment is putting pressure on that market. Finally, we talked to Daniel this morning when we were talking about the VIX, and so want to kind of talk a little about the internals of the market. We had Michael Ball from Bloomberg come out and said that further mechanical selling pressures will still take time to play out. Leverage systematic strategies such as fall sellers, risk parity, and CTA momentum funds are recalibrating as realized volatility has risen. Now we have normalized, but still above where we normally are. So SPX, the big levels to watch are SPX above 6,500 indicates an intact rally, and anything more above 6,700 creates a more risk on dynamic again. So keep an eye on that. As it stands, the setup favors technical dip buying, but not conviction chases until volatility compression surfaces again. So just some things to watch out on the internals on the market. And with that, those were the headlines while we were away. I'll pass it off to Jim for an Edge Report.
Thank you, Tracy. Let's start out with the E-mini S&P. Take a look at the daily chart right here. Thank you, Jerome Powell, for today. We appreciate it. So we have the big benchmark candle here, the big sell-off here on the China stuff last Friday. The midpoint of that candle I have it measured approximately 66, 67. Yesterday, we closed a little bit above it, and some would say today we got the confirmation candle that we're going to resume our upward momentum. So take that with a grain of salt. Big wick at the bottom of this candle. Buyers came back and pushed this thing up all the way to the 8 EMA. Now we're still trading below the 8 EMA right now. So in the end, it's kind of going sideways, maybe even sloping down a tad bit. So I don't know if we're out of the woods yet, but certainly encouraging. We are above that 21 EMA, which puts us in that rotation zone that we hear so much about. So we'll see if this rotation zone rotates us back up. And, that old gap is in the rearview mirror right now. That's that purple line. I'm going to keep it there for a while just to see what happens. Intraday, yes, I just kind of compare points of control. Yesterday's point of control was right at that high vol level up here around 94, 95, 66, 94, 95. Today, is a V-shaped recovery day, right? We just had a nice trickle down. Boom, in the middle of the initial balance, we started trading above VWAP and never looked back. Never looked back. A lot of price separation right now between VWAP, session VWAP, that is, and where we're tracking right now, and we're all the way up to blind spot 3 around 67.15. Above that, we have R1 just a tad bit above, and that kind of frames the exact tippy top high, and then JAX 4 is right above that. We blew through a lot of these levels throughout the day. We have that red line there, probably one of the more important lines, that call resistance line at 6,700. We're trading north of that right now, so optimistic. We'll see if we close on the highs today or not. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin was fun today. Also tried to fight back a little bit. A similar kind of huge wick at the bottom of the candle, not quite as big proportionately as the one we saw in the E-mini S&P, but more than 50% of the body of the total low to high of that candle is wick. So buyers were pushing it back up. We're still well below the 8 EMA, the 21 EMA, the 50 EMA. We did tap against this trend line loosely fitting trend line that started back here September 1st. We had a tap again the 25th and a tap again today. Stochastics are arching down as well. So this is less, not out of the woods. That makes sense to anybody. Nice area of resistance up here as well that we saw back in the middle of September around we'll just round it up to 118,000 right now. So let's go intraday. And we don't see the same V-shaped recovery, right? We were really nicely sliding down the first and second lower standard deviation band of the VWAP all session, all the way until the U.S. initial balance. Low was in, and that was the low of the day. And then we kind of rallied back up, broke through VWAP again right around when Chair Powell was about to speak, and then didn't make it much higher, but made it a little bit higher, about a 50% retracement, high to low so far. So it made about half of it back on that retracement back. Let's shoot over to the Treasury bonds right now. The December 30-year Treasury bonds. This is also something I'm keeping my eye on. We don't have a big reversal, right? We don't have a big reversal today. As a matter of fact, if we closed here, it'll be a high close. It'll be a high close if we close here at 118.6. The wick on the top is a little bit bigger than the wick on the bottom, suggesting maybe the balance is a little bit lower than what we did achieve. We did have that double top wick that we just hit twice. So, sorry, I got distracted for a second. So we'll see. This is pretty strong still. I was looking for a move back into this consolidation range pre the next FOMC, but maybe we're going to make a new range. As a matter of fact, what I would do, and I don't know why I didn't do it before now, but I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to draw another older area of resistance and see where we're at. We'll see how we measure up. We're above that as well. So treasuries are pretty perky, pretty positive today. We'll see if we get any change by the end of the day. Probably not. That point of control is pretty dominant right now. It's a little bit lower. It's at 01. It's at 01. So we're trading at 06 right now. So about 5 ticks, not a huge amount. But VWAP is held. So we had 1, 2, 3, almost 4 nice VWAP touches today. But couldn't just get over that. I couldn't scale above that 50% retracement on the 30-year Treasury bond. So pretty resilient. And then, of course, the story, you could pick them, man. We'll just go with gold. It could be gold. It could be silver. These are both just such unique stories right now. Gold, no targets up. Sky's the limit. 4163-ish right now. Intraday, nice kind of volume profile, actually, for gold. Gold has traded so far. Where's my metals at? Gold has traded so far 378,000 contracts. That's a huge amount of contracts. I mean, this is a popular market, obviously, today. We did kind of recover. We had that 2 o'clock kind of sell-off that Tracy talked about early this morning. And we had some big wicks at the bottom here. Buyers push us back up above JAX 2, above JAX 2. Not quite above JAX 2, but above JAX 2 and above JAX 2 almost 6 times. So this is this is a really good level of support here, 41.21. And then we rallied off of that through the initial balance and then some. They had call resistance levels pretty prominent as well. That is at 41.50. And then we broke through that JAX 4 level as well. So we didn't recover totally, but this is still also a pretty good, strong market. And one thing I want to point out, to the folks that aren't following Mentor Q yet is look at that 1 day max. Let's line it up to the high. Look at that. Boom, tweezer top almost. And we have that 1 day max. It's a great thing to look at when you have big swings and big trades in these markets as targets 1 day max and 1 day min. All right, so that's the hedge report today. We're going to get right in at trading to close with our very own XYZ coming back for more. And Leo the Big Cat is with us this afternoon also. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
I thought you were going to forget our name for a minute.
No. You're unforgettable, man.
Ah, yes.
You're unforgettable.
You as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Couple quick announcements. So we have an abbreviated schedule this week. So tomorrow all day, everything's good. Thursday, we're doing the morning session, and then no Ninja Trader Live in the afternoon. And then Friday, no Ninja Trader Live either. So it's an early weekend for everybody, starting Thursday at noon, and then just going forward from there. So we'll remind everybody in the morning tomorrow, but tomorrow's a full day. We'll be going strong as usual. So now that that's out of the way, so what are you guys thinking post-Chair Powell today?
I didn't really listen to what he said, but I caught all of the summary from a great friend at Ninja Trader. So sounds like he was very, very dovish, and that's going to bring the buyers back in. But we're running into a little bit of a volume shelf here in NQ, and so we're seeing that resistance kind of play out a little bit today. I'm not super positive that there's going to be a great trade setup for me this afternoon, but we'll see what happens.
So it looks like you are short a few contracts. What's the price there so I can see a little better?
That would be XY.
Yes.
Short.
I am short 914s. I got 2 off already at the 90, so I'm just hoping that these 3 can send me off to Naples in the best way possible.
There you go, man. You got to upgrade to that sleeper cabin.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if there's any upgrades available at the gate.
Did you get the last place t-shirt, by the way, that you have to fly into?
No, maybe they'll give it to me there.
Huh. Sounds like a forgotten promise.
That's not a real thing, is it?
Yeah, Crudelli said the last place.
I'll legit wear it on stream like every week.
You should wear it on the next Arena Cup Challenge on the
27th. That would actually be very perfect. I would do it. I would actually do it.
Hang on.
If it arrives in time.
Did someone actually produce it and mail it to you?
Well, we got 2 weeks left.
All right.
2 weeks left. If there is a loser t-shirt, I'm legit gonna wear it on the 27th. Mark that on the calendars, everybody. 27th.
Gab, if you're listening.
Oh my God.
It's like I lost the challenge, sad face.
Wow. All right. I'm not getting involved in this.
Are you sure?
XYZ is a winner. That's why.
Well, he's going to wear a shirt that says otherwise, Jim. So I don't know. Is he a winner?
I think it would be fitting.
That? You sure about that?
It'd be fitting for me to wear it on the day of the qualifier. 27th, mark it.
Mark it down.
Does he look like Wolverine or not?
Huh?
Kane?
Me?
Did you see Kane just pop up on the screen?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, with the clip.
Totally looks
I think
like
he
Wolverine.
did that day.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's not stylish. I'm just saying that's what it looked like to me.
Mm.
Fractal, I want to see that. What are you guys talking about? Need to stream a trading. Fractal says, I will stream and do impressions of the various NT personalities.
Oh my God.
I see. How was JMM window shopping? Did your eyes water? Short life hacks. Let me tell you what happened. I pulled up the site and I quickly realized that nothing had prices on it, and I already knew. Anytime you shop for anything and there are no prices for you to see right away, you know you can't afford it. So I clicked the X button.
That's true. XYZ, that's truth.
What am I missing here?
Someone asked about when I went to go look at these expensive glasses, apparently, that Kane and someone else was talking about. Um,
You're talking about
and
Kane's glasses?
no, his are a different brand. This is another
Uh,
brand that is apparently extremely baller. And they didn't have prices. When you get on the site, it's like all these glasses, a catalog, but with no prices. And anytime that happens, I just already know I can't afford it. So
you can't afford it or you don't want to afford it.
maybe both.
Yeah.
Either or both. Yeah. So
Now, Jeff Lou
I
says
won't be wearing those.
Jeff Lou says we should stream Cooper on Friday. I think that might be good plan.
Cooper,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah. Get your camera ready.
He already has it ready. I've been on a Zoom with him. Good dude.
He has it ready.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Damon,
Oh.
it has prices. It didn't have prices for me. I had to go look for it. Like you have to actually look for the prices. Or maybe it just knows that you can afford it.
Hmm. There we go.
Yeah, no, you had to click it. Yeah, you got to click it. No, I already knew.
Oh, so
I could read the tape.
Fractal.
As soon as I got on the site, I could read the tape. Price is too high.
They said it has prices.
Yeah, but you have to like find them, like click them individually. Usually when you see what's available as products, they already have prices and stuff in tiny
Hmm.
print. Yeah, there it is. It's in tiny print on the top right corner. That's
Hmm.
like when you try to order something and it says MP on it at the restaurant.
They're slow tracking you before you find out the price.
Do you know what happened to me one time, Jim? So we were at, I don't, it was like Yardbird or something at the Venetian. It's like right there we were eating, and then it's like, oh, lobster mac. Sounds really good. Let's get it. It says MP. I was like, how bad can it be? It's lobster mac. That thing was like $80. And it wasn't even that big. It was pretty small. And it wasn't even good. I'd rather have Kraft mac and cheese than the mac that I got there.
Wow.
And that says a lot because I'm not picky about that stuff. Yeah, it was insane. Hey, life's a gamble.
Dig it.
Wow, wow.
Mac and cheese is one of the the food groups that my son knows about.
Yeah. What are the other two? They're like
Chicken
cheeseburger?
nuggets
Chicken nuggets.
and grilled cheese. Those are the
Has he had
three.
dino nuggets though?
No, see, that's the thing is that he likes chicken nuggets, but they have to be a specific brand, only
Oh,
which are
fancy.
available at Costco. So if we go
Fancy.
travel anywhere, we know we have to find the local Costco to make sure that we can get his chicken nuggets.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not lying.
Fractal says, "Will Tanya be there? She usually vlogs this stuff." I get my spider sense is telling me there's going to be a lot of vlogging going on. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't have any inside information, but that's a good call, Fractal.
That sounds like he has insider information. So
Yeah.
I won't be vlogging, but if I end up on anyone's vlog, they have to pay like royalties or something, right?
Yeah.
To use your name and likeness,
Yes.
your image and likeness.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's how it works.
Yeah.
Right.
I think so
Guess I'll
too.
be making a little extra side money.
Well, when you get to the studio, you can pull back the curtain. There's gonna be a man behind there with some levers and stuff. It's gonna be Fractal. He's in there pulling the levers.
It's Fractal and there's Nautilus just making memes every 20 seconds. He's got like a whole log.
Oh my God. Anyway. All right. I think I've overstayed my welcome here. It's time for me to dip into the chat and wish you guys the best of luck on the trades that you have going and that you may make in the future. So we'll be paying attention, taking notes, man. Good luck, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Jim.
All right, right.
I don't know how, but I somehow lost my position tracker.
Yeah, mine was in the morning. Mine wasn't here anymore, so you just put it back on. That's all you got to do.
Okay, remove. Hmm.
Position tracker is always disappearing. Yes, it is. Just gotta turn it off and turn it back on like everything else, right?
Did you unplug it and plug it back in?
Yeah, I think all I do is literally just remove and then re-add, click apply, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Try that.
Okay, well, it looks like the market doesn't want to go any further down. So.
The market doesn't want to do anything. There we go.
Yeah, I had a feeling this would happen. The market's just going up, and then at some point, it's just going to lock us into some range after it expands. What, like 520 points?
I mean, there's this big volume shelf right here
Yeah,
on the
it's gotten me short like 4 times.
volume profile. This is kind of what separates. I mean, we pushed into it a little bit overnight, but there's this volume up here. That's like the XYZ dead body. All this volume up here that got trapped on Friday.
Yep. That was
So
very nasty.
yeah, not surprising to get the afternoon shop. I think that ideally, what you were doing earlier is kind of the right, I don't know,
It just never went.
it's the
Yeah,
right read.
got nice scalps off, but every time I'm down to like 2 or 3, it just comes right back, and I'm like, just go lower, just a little bit.
Will my computer explode if I try to run NTA with OFL and OBS at the same time? Well, I've been doing that for 7 months and my computer hasn't exploded. Good morning, Frenton. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on with the chat?
Phoenix says I called it in the morning, kept out of short. What did I call in the morning? I don't remember calling anything.
What'd you call in the morning?
I don't know.
Let's find out.
It had to have been something like get long or be wrong or something.
Chat or Chads?
Oh, I
Dan,
remember
it
when
could be
someone,
both.
I think
It could be
someone was
Chads
asking,
and chat.
someone was asking why I don't like shorts and I'd rather get longs. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Marco is going up, preventing from, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that discussion now. Yeah. This just shorts getting absolutely nowhere.
Only works that way for Leo. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Well, Phoenix, I'm glad I saved you money.
Don't like shorts because it's 4 degrees here? Hey, man. Whatever keeps you out of a bad trade? You guys are running OBS when you stream? Question mark. I use OBS because I run a it's technically a 5K monitor. And when I would stream it into Zoom, Zoom did not like that. And so I had to stream through OBS, and OBS, scales it down to like 1080p basically. So it's easier for me to get the Zoom to cooperate that way.
Wait, you're streaming through OBS right now?
Yeah.
On Zoom? I didn't even know that was a thing.
I have done that. Yeah. That's how I've always done it. Well, so I guess I have a capture like in Ninja. I'm just capturing, the chart so I can maximize the chart view. And then I use OBS to capture that window, and then you can do the screen projector preview in OBS. So I throw that on a third monitor that I don't have to, worry about. And then I just share that monitor.
Interesting. Oh, I didn't even know that was possible.
All of the other solutions required me to like get like a fourth monitor just for the streams and all this other stuff. I'm not gonna get rid of my 5K 40-inch monitor. There's no way.
I'm
So
running a
this was
5K too, but I
a
think it's just
workaround.
through Zoom. I don't know anything about that stuff. XYZ, when you say it's gotten you in a short a few times, you're waiting to see if it pushes out the volume, then it doesn't short. Yeah, so I've been like scalping short on these tops, like coming into the stream, taking some lots off and holding the rest in case it really does wash down. And it just never does it. So although they are profitable scalps, it's not the trade I'm looking for. I think whenever when you're trying to call a top like this, to me, it's very important to have taken off risk on the way to pay for, in case it doesn't work out the way you want it to, or else you're just gonna keep drawing down. So, it's kind of like paying for the risk so that whatever is left, I can hold that for the broader move if it's going to happen. So it kept getting me break even on like the other half of my position and stuff. Can you explain how I take risk off? You literally just take risk off. So for me, there's only two things. You're putting risk on. You're putting risk on as you're getting in your trade, or you
TP.
take it off, which is like it could
Take
be a
profit.
TP or it could be a stop. To me, take profits are getting risk off. That's how I view it. So that if whatever the market does after that, you're on way less risk. It's literally that. That's the frame of mind that I use. It's not taking profits like, cool, I've secured a
It's
winning.
XYZ uses fancy terms like, I'm going to take off risk. And what
Yeah,
it
just
really
take it
means
off.
is he's just taking a contract off or TP.
Yeah, just literally take it off.
Take it off. Take it off.
They're gonna clip that, man.
Damn it. I need to start getting like, because, the funny thing is like anything, because I have OBS running and production will probably get mad at me, but as long as I'm friendly about it, I could pop like any meme on the screen with it, like with my stream deck, just like pop like a meme, like, just on the screen.
It'll just
Because they've
show up on
got,
your screen.
yeah, I could mess with production. They'll be like, Leo, don't do that.
Your phone's gonna be blowing up and then you just turn it off.
Yeah.
It's like a margin call, just turn it off. John, I wouldn't say it's a dumb question. I think it's just the simplified way I see it is as a trade moves in my favor, it's also like, okay, I had my entry, now it's moved. This is not a place where I would want to initiate an entry. And it's probably a spot where the market could come back. So I want to just de-risk in case it does. And that maybe I can leave my stop somewhere or, stuff like that. I don't
How do
really
margin calls take risk off?
calls take they don't. Just turn off your phone. You won't stop
If
out
you
if you don't
just
pick up the
uninstall
phone.
the app, they can't call you. That's what my friends that use Robinhood said. You just uninstall it.
This looks like a bull flag continuation pattern to me. Possible. To me, it just looks like balance chop.
I got like a bit of a double disty vibe with a bit of a, yeah. It's like two
I
P-shaped profiles in one day,
There's a really scary way down is why I keep getting the short. So high time frame, obviously. I mean, Leo pointed out too. It's quite a drop off here. And if they're gonna give you one, two, three, I mean, it's been so many attempts. If it doesn't work, if you just look down here, you might just find yourself in the hole. So
As somebody famously has said, if it can't go up, it's gonna go down.
yeah, there's quite a bit of a build with not much under it. So I am playing for a dead body here.
Y'all want to see a
This,
dead body?
We're
yeah.
gonna see it. That's what XYZ wants.
If we can trade into, just below this node and maybe, hopefully, I can just hold on to these two. We'll see. I don't make the rules. Some guy that coded the algo does. Ledge at 24,880 on market profile.
Well, they keep betting it here, selling it here. I refuse to get involved in this range like you do. So, okay, the 20th is Jade Cap, Tanya, Stowe, Lumi, and Selma. For the Ninja Trader Arena Cup.
When's
And
the last one?
That's a great question because I know
It's
the
like
second one.
the third. The third
is me, Kane, T Trades, Market Mommy, Carmen, and you, XY. That'll be a fun one. Who's the last round? Is what I want to know.
It's just Nick.
It's just Nick. Nick has to stream all day by himself. So if you haven't registered for literally free and a chance to win a decent amount of money, you should register now.
For free.
The top competition of the year.
Oh, there we got it. It's Jeff. Jeff's the final boss.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Free 50. Yup.
Claim your spot. The 11-3 qualifier, 11-17 finals. Prizes. 100,000. Second and third get 25K. Fourth through 10th get 10K. And 11th through 300 get $100
For free.
A lot of money. And the nice thing about this one is it's free. There's not a huge time commitment. It's only 2 days of trading. And so there's a lot of money at stake.
Pef asked if you don't qualify in the first, can you enter a second or third? I think you can enter all three of them.
That's a great question,
I think they're
which
all
I do
independent.
not know the answer to. You have to trade on Ninja, yes, or Tradeovate or Ninja Trader Web. How does the actual trading work? Yeah, it's through your normal Tradeovate setup or Ninja Trader.
You're gonna get an account.
No tax on tips doesn't apply. Are you sure about that? Nah, man, we don't do tax advice.
John Doe, yes, it is. Does it start on 10/20 or is it last day? It starts on 10/20.
You guys are hilarious. I will not repeat what you're saying in the chat. Has everyone given their obligatory like? I see only 97 likes and 600 people watching. What the
Wow.
F is that?
It says I still have my account in open position from last arena. Yeah, you haven't lost till you close it, man. Don't close it.
Yeah. Just keep that baby running. The like button is free. The Ninja Trader competition is free. The YouTube is free. Subscribing to the YouTube channel is free. Everything. There's a lot of free things. What did they give away today? A lifetime license to Ninja Trader?
What?
Yeah, didn't
That was
Credelli give
today?
away
They did delis today?
Deli's giveaway today?
Maybe in the morning.
I think
I
they
clicked the
did.
like 4 times already. Odd numbers only, guys, please.
Yeah, but please no doubles. Yeah.
Please, odd numbers.
You gotta like it too, by the way. Weird.
I
Yeah,
went on
Dan, you just
vacation midway through the arena, came back with position down like 8K, and this morning I was almost back to even. Hey, you haven't lost till you close it out, Damon.
It ain't over. Good afternoon, Shab. Good afternoon, Shab. I did market manipulate the likes with one sentence. Meme Master Nautilus. Always good to see you. Every morning I wake up now and I see hilarious memes.
Nautilus
It's the
gunning for
highlight
that
of my
position.
Twitter life.
Gunning for a position on NT Live as head of marketing.
It's just be head of memes. Afternoon, good afternoon. Meme Master has a great ring to it. I agree.
You're gonna see it on his LinkedIn, Meme Master.
I remember the other day when Jim was sharing his screen and didn't even like the stream. I remember that too.
Oh yeah,
He will never
forget
live
that.
it down.
That is ultimate betrayal. You think you know somebody.
Yeah, you think you think you're boys, and then you see his screen and he hadn't liked it.
You know, one time I've never said this,
And
but
then
one
do you know what
time
he
I
said?
actually saw his screen, he shared it, and I saw him unlike it before he closed it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Totally true story, dude. Totally true story.
Yeah, totally believable as well,
Yeah.
coming from you.
Very true. How'd I do this morning? This morning was pretty good. It's pretty good for me. No complaints. Related to Market Mommy? No. It's like when someone in the chat just kept assuming I speak Mandarin because I'm Asian. Do I fish? No. Why the Bass Pro hat? They have another section that I like to go to. It's not fishing. Also, the hat was $5. Good afternoon, Jim.
Hey Jim, did you like the stream today? Just
I sound American. I'm pretty American. I'd say I'm quite American. Yes. Yeah, Short Life Hacks knows the other section very well, it seems. Said, no, I loved it.
Is that the camping section?
No, not that one either. How do I get the Delta profile? Oh, orderflowlabs.com. Not sharing the section? Yeah, I don't think it's not a trading stream discussion kind of thing, kind of section, Saw Jim selling likes out of the back of his truck on the south side.
Am I related to Stowe? No, I'm not related to anybody on this stream.
Everyone's gonna be asking if anyone's related to anyone
in the trading world here.
Someone's related to somebody. Why BPS hat, not Cabela's? I don't even know if Cabela's has a hat, and I don't even know if it's $5. I don't know. When you go to Bass Pro, once you leave, you see a whole thing of hats, and it says $5, so you're intrigued, you know. You should just pick one up.
Am I related to Kane? TBD. I think we have to do a DNA test.
We're waiting those
Streamer boy,
results.
we need you.
Waiting for those results.
Did you get a new mic?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Oh, actually, I should order that. I keep forgetting to.
Yeah.
Probably like buried in our chat by now.
Yeah.
Why did someone ask that?
Somebody in the chat, apparently. Oh, Stoax.
Stowe?
Stowe is like, did you get a new mic? Because you sound better.
Where's I don't even see Stowe in the chat right now. Am I tripping?
Did you
I just
block
see
Stowe?
are you hey
Did
Leo, are
block
you
Stowe?
related to Stowe? I just saw that.
Did you block
Oh,
him?
I see now. It's further down the chat. Oh, the chat's been moving. Chat's been moving and no one's hitting the likes, man. It's sucks.
Chat's moving, likes not moving. Market's not moving. That's good though. When the market's not moving, the chat is moving, and that's good for entertainment.
Do I smoke? No. Never have,
That's a
never
weird
will.
question.
Never have, never will.
You
Cigar, I mean, I'll puff on a cigar, but I don't want to inhale nothing. Yeah, I figured, yeah, so they are the same company. Yep, I figured so. I mean, they kind of run the same deals on stuff too. Stuff, you know what I mean?
This last hour's a flop. Yeah. Well, you know, it'd be cool if we could predict if the market was going to move in the last hour and only show up on the days that it was actually moving. That would be sick.
You're either for power hour lately, you're either in a trade around like 11, what is that, like 2 Eastern, or you're probably not going to find anything. It's been pretty slow. We got holidays coming up.
I actually heard a rumor.
Chap says that you really like our chat.
I do?
actually really like chat. I like chat. They're funny, man.
No, I actually do.
And they allow us to say whatever the hell we want to say.
Yeah, Chap is. No, I'm not lying. Yeah, we had to get along. You know, for the first couple of months where we had to make our own chat. They were,
I think,
rambunctious to start, I think. And the chat has gotten cooler and cooler over time.
I feel like chat has always embraced me, so it's been smooth for me. I don't feel like I have to like walk on eggshells or nothing. I'd just be saying stuff.
Hey, you know what to do now, chat. Just fucking rail.
Hey,
that's
you guys can roast the hell out of me if you want.
Start a fight, yeah.
My ass is clenched, I'm telling you like that hat? I like the hat.
You get rambunctious when Kane is streaming? Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, right here. Where is it? Right here, right there. That's a little John Wick right there. This little John Wick guy right there. And next to him is one of his favorite toys. And these thingies. Jason says XYZ is boring. Don't smoke, no fishing. What about drinking? Sure. Socially, yeah. I don't really.
What's your favorite drink?
There's like 2. So I really enjoy wine, but I also for liquor, I really enjoy whiskey.
Whiskey, no bourbon.
Bourbon too. So I used to not like bourbon because all the bourbon out here is like hella strong, man. But I had Kentucky bourbon because one of my buddies did his medical
That's the
residency.
only bourbon that exists. It has to be from Kentucky.
It's way different. So
for it to be called bourbon, it has to be legit brewed in Kentucky.
Yeah, he brought back some.
Not brewed,
I was like, dude, this is nothing like the quote unquote bourbon here. It's not like all super strong and gross, but whiskey bourbon, yeah. But wine, I do enjoy wine. Gin, I like gin. I like smoky stuff. Like we'll say like tequila and vodka. It's I don't know, like whatever. Cognacs, whatever. But I like mezcal. Mezcal's really good. Super smoky. Negronis are smoky.
So red wines, white wines, like
All of
what are
them.
we talking?
But I
All
prefer red,
wines.
but
Cab,
wine is wine.
Cabernet.
Cab. I got into Tempernios at some point, and
Mm.
lately I prefer them over cabs. Tempernios are really good. But yeah, I mean, a lot of old fashions, yes. Dude, I went to so Shab. I don't know, Shab, are you in the chat? Shab, you in the chat anywhere? Maybe she left. She's probably busy. I went to this place Sunday. Yeah, Shab. So that place on Sunday that I went to, it's like a Caribbean spot. Um, out in Hollywood. What was it called again? Lucia's. Dude, Chad, they got this old fashioned out there, because it's Caribbean, right? So they do like an oxtail old fashioned kind of thing, like it's infused with oxtail and some other Caribbean stuff. It is so crazy. Usually, like you get an old fashioned, they'll say like, "Oh, it's this infused with this and this." You can hardly taste it. It's like all a lie. Like, "Oh, Wagyu fat old fashioned." It just tastes like old fashioned. But this one was legit. Like you drink it, it's an old fashioned, and like 60% of the way it starts to like fade in the oxtail and it ends in the dude, it's crazy. It is actually so well made. Vibes were definitely immaculate. Yes, it's a beautiful restaurant. If you are if you like Caribbean food, it's really good. Uh, yeah, I'd recommend. It's called Lucia.
Actually, Jeff
Anyone?
is right on this bourbon thing. Bourbon has to be made in the States, not it doesn't have to be made in Kentucky. I was wrong.
Well, the only bourbon I really enjoyed was the Kentucky bourbon. So
Yeah.
other ones, it's just like, dude, it's like hella strong. Like, what the hell? Rye, yeah. My favorite would be like single malt scotch that's like from, I forget where, but it's where they make all the smoky ones. Just really smoky whiskey is where I am. So Lagavulin 16, that's my number one. There's a lot of other smoky ones that I like too.
I'm definitely like a good bourbon guy. Like I don't like nobody likes a bad liquor, but um I think my favorite like everyday drinker bourbon or just like an everyday drink, casual drink or whatever would be Elijah Craig. Super cheap. Um I think it's like $60 for like a liter or I don't know what the measurements are. But that's probably one of my go-tos if I was just gonna like have one around.
You've mentioned it a lot, but you know what? I actually haven't been able to try it. But I would say I think so far from my experience, Woodford is a crazy value.
Yeah, Woodford is okay. Like if I was gonna get a wood like a something like higher tier like that, I would go with like it's you can get cheap Woodfords, but I would go with like a
I've never had
Jefferson's
that.
Ocean. It's a
Buffalo
bourbon they
Trace,
put
we ain't got
on.
that here, man. But Buffalo Trace is good. But I can't get it here.
Yeah, Buffalo Trace is good. Jefferson's is one they basically they age on a ship, like they put it on cargo ships around and they just travel around the world. So they all have their own voyage number.
Mm.
It's super, super smooth. It's like really caramely. Uh, Super good flavor. Bullet's also great. I love Bullet, Basil
Oh yeah,
Hayden.
Bullet Rye. I've had that a lot. I think a
Yeah.
lot of old fashions have bullet in them around here.
Yeah, I mean, rye is going to be the main choice for an old fashioned. So,
Scotch and Davidoff Winston Churchill cigars. Late hour prefer. I'm trying to get Jim to hook me up with his finest, in Naples. I've only had like two, so I don't know shit about cigars. I just like had it once and I was like, hey, this is nice with some whiskey. It is nice. Someone says, do I get high? Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't smoke anything like I don't actually smoke stuff. Uh, Not like Kane, vaping machine. How was the lobster mac? Dude, I don't know if you're on. It was not good. Man, I'm not picky about my food, but the mac was like I'd rather have Kraft from the box. But yeah, I don't know. That might mean something different because I actually like Kraft from the box. That thing does hit. So Yeah, I'm all over the place. Chef Boyardee, the ravioli in the can, that thing hit too. So I'm not picky, man. That thing hits.
Holy, did you just say what I think you said?
It's good. I ate so much of it as a kid. It's so good, man. It's not about the price, man. Is it good or is it not? I'm so sorry, but your liquor choice is the most disappointed I've been so far. I am very sorry to hear that. Johnny Walker blue or gold? I mean blue, but I think it's very overpriced, Johnny Walker.
Blue, yeah, for $200, like,
And they don't
sorry.
even tell you how old it is, and it's blend.
It's a blend.
It's just
Yeah.
like for it's like to
It's
gift
marketing. It's
business
like,
partners or
yeah, it
something.
is.
Yeah, it's like a gift. It's not really. It's not my
Black
choice.
is just fine. Black is just fine. I used to be big on scotch. And I guess I got just kind of tired of it and just stopped. I don't really like it anymore at all.
Can you talk about indicator you have on the bottom part? Oh, this is called the tape reader. Orderfulllabs.com, and it's free. It is just an aggregate of the time and sales. More blue is more market buying, vice versa. Yeah, I highly recommend it. I love it, and it's free. So you guys can go get that. Buffalo Trace best bang for the buck. Dude, there's so much in chat right now. Everyone, chat is flying because
It's
we're talking about
flying.
alcohol right now. I can't even keep
Yeah.
up. Smoky single malt, try Lagavulin. Snake Eyes, that is my number one favorite whiskey. Scotch. Remember? Yeah, Lagavulin 16.
How do you guys like this price action? I love it. Yeah, it's so invigorating. And there's so many trade opportunities here that instead of taking a trade, I'm just watching.
Hey, Jim. Jim says Pappy Van Winkle if you're buying. Yeah, I've never had Pappy Van. How expensive is
Pappy?
that
I have
stuff?
not had Pappy.
How expensive we talk? I just want Jim to buy me the
I
most
think it's
expensive
12K for
wine.
like the 20 year.
How much?
12K a bottle.
Daddy's home.
I would never be that rich. Oh my goodness.
It's super hard to get too. Yeah, so
Oh, man.
it's not even like should get that.
That's so
It's super hard
wild,
to
man.
come by.
Screaming Eagle, that was good too. That was one of the ones my buddies brought back. It was Buffalo Trace.
Oh, it's only 900?
Screaming
Damn.
Eagle.
Really?
What's the one in all the John Wick movies? It's like a circular bottle. Blanton's. Tried some Blanton's.
I just got some plans for my father-in-law for his birthday. Damn, it was only $1,000
You
for
must
the
have a
12
doggy
the
then.
12 year at you can get it at Total Bourbon
Jason
for
Lee.
$1,000.
I do have a doggy.
But I think the correct Pappy is the 20 year. Like everyone, the 15 years, 2 grand. Maybe that's the one.
$2,000, dude.
Yeah.
The most expensive whiskey I've ever drank is probably just like a Macallan 25 or something. Or I mean, I don't know. The Japanese ones got really expensive, like the Hibiki 21s. I've had those, but nothing crazier than that. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Everyday Jefferson's Reserve. I agree with you, Jim. You can't beat Jefferson's for just like smoothness and price. Like
Why
it's
get high when you can drink white Zin in a Versace robe? Yes,
that's next level.
you
That
ain't
is a
wrong. You ain't
next level
wrong,
comment.
Bob. That's how you know Bob got it like that, man. Don't hate on the craft? Yeah, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, Craft Mac is so good. I'm so behind on chat. It's actually insane. Yeah, I'm so behind. My chat is automatically like dragging itself down, and I don't even know where I am anymore. But yes, Jason Lee, I don't know why you mentioned that, but I do have a little doggy.
You thinking about
Lee
shorting this
Black
right
is
here?
just fine. Honestly, I think Johnny Black is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's got some smoke to it. It's not expensive. That's my casino drink. It's Johnny Black. Unless you're playing Bach, then they let you get the more expensive stuff.
All right, you're
Orpho
gonna have
Labs
to
is
teach me
free.
how to play Baccarat.
Bach?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little funky at first, but it's really simple. Orpho Labs has a free sub. It's called Freemium. You can get some stuff. Decide if you like it. Yes, it's definitely worth a look.
Kind of eyeballing this short here again.
Thunderbird or Night Train for wine? I have no idea. I have no idea what those are. Fractal, maybe you can send me some. You know what? I think I might have had that. Let me Google it. It sounds familiar. I think I might have had that before. I don't know if you guys have Eataly's out there, but I was at one not too long ago. They had a bunch and I just bought a bunch of bottles because it was all on sale. Sale, baby. No, I have not had this, but I will note this. I will leave this on my browser and I will go buy some if you say it's that good.
Leo, he is not thinking short. I got that. He was thinking liquor.
Well, what are you guys talking about? Where are we?
Oh,
Dude, I'm so behind in chat. It's
I was
insane.
stalking a potential shorter, like right around here. But it's just so I need more, like something better than just like, oh, it's the top of the range. What's your prediction for the after hours? I don't know. I don't trade after hours. I don't trade Globex. I don't make predictions either. Time to buy.
I've seen this movie before. I'm getting long. Just focus on Rolex, Italy, and wine. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple person, I would say. You know, I enjoy my Kraft mac and cheeses. Some
I mean,
Chef
if you're a
Boyardee.
Kraft mac and cheese guy, then yeah, it is,
Dude,
it's
Kraft
pretty
mac and
simple.
cheese, Chef Boyardee, Totino's pizza rolls.
Yeah, I mean, Totino's pizza rolls are goated. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
Yeah, they're still goated, even later in life.
Kraft mac and cheese with a digest? Yeah, why not? Why not? You gotta be able to afford the digest somehow. Come on. Given no bad
Like I'm
news,
gonna
what are your
eat.
thoughts on the market?
I'm gonna eat like a. I don't even know. I'm just gonna eat noodles and get a Rolex.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, man. Yeah, my thoughts on the market, I don't honestly, there aren't many.
Here, I got a question. I don't have any thoughts on the market, but since there's really nothing going on and we missed the short because you were too busy, um, I'm in the market for a new couch. Somebody show me a great sectional, please. The one we have is 9 years old and it's beat from kids. You want a two-tone? No. What?
Short life knows. Yeah, man, screw your couch is fine, man. You're all right. You don't need that. Let's go get a Rolex.
I don't even know shit about watches, and you're like making
But you
watch
will, you
references.
will.
You're
It's
like, you need
fine.
a two-tone. I'm like, what's a two-tone?
It's just stainless and a gold. You can choose. You want rose gold, yellow gold?
Okay, so okay, so I've seen the rest. Okay, so I've seen the restoration hardware cloud. Totally get that. I've also seen Seventh Avenue's comparison to the RH cloud. Do you know anything about that? Because it's about half the price. No. If you still have small kids, yeah. I mean, I just have a 4-month-old baby. I know RH is the bomb. Do I want to spend $12,000 on a couch when I have a 4-month-old?
Better spent on a Datejust IMO.
They're telling me to buy a watch.
Yeah, 12,000. That's Datejust money. Forget the
All
couch.
right.
Your couch is fine.
Fair enough. Go to Goodwill, go to Wayfair. Your wife is an interior designer. Message me. I don't know how to message you, but you know how to find me, I'm sure.
Live, laugh, trades with the time to buy. You just said, damn, I got stopped out.
I think he was just fading me, and great trade.
Your body couldn't take it. Just buy beanbag chairs. Yeah, man. It's all good.
The key to RH is to sign up for the membership, get 30% off, and the price is then same as Pottery Barn, and then cancel. I mean, I know that couch is goated. I've seen it. I think one of my friends has one.
Short life, you prefer the blacked out two-tone sub to the bluesy?
Do you have bobs? No, I don't have bobs. Does the $12,000 couch have built-in USB ports? Probably not. I have the RH couch and fabric down feathers. Con is I have down feathers coming out everywhere, comfy as hell. Yeah. If it can play music, 12K is worth it. Costco has good furniture for kids and families. Get the performance fabric with kids. You can be my couch.
Hey, yeah. See, then you save money for the
Hey.
Datejust. There you go.
How about that?
Chat's got your back, man. Yeah, Ryan. That's how you do it. Yes. Yes. I gotta get some affiliate. I gotta get an affiliate link for watches and stuff.
No, I don't like Chesterfields. Not for like a family room, living room couch. I mean, it's this is like we have to be able to lounge on it, watch, just totally sprawl out, play, watch golf, watch football.
See you
Good
live,
luck to
laugh,
all. Gotta go
trades.
pick up my daughter. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Leo and ex-wife, for an awesome stream. Hey, thanks, man. Sorry about your long. You need a yacht affiliate code.
I've
Sell
never
one of those.
been on a yacht.
Commissions on those got to be pretty good. I saw some dude at Aria poker tourney. I almost vomited.
Wait, some dude at a poker tourney had a San Martin? Isn't everyone at poker tournaments really rich? Isn't that how it is?
Not necessarily. No.
No, isn't it like huge? You have to buy in like
For the WSOP, it's a 10K buy-in, but there are satellite tournaments that get you that 10K. So like you could play a satellite tournament with 5,000 traders for a couple $100, and top 10 people get 10K for the World Series entry. So not everybody in the WSOP is putting up, their own hard-earned 10K.
I thought everyone was either putting up like tons of their own money or like huge backing capital.
No, bro. No, there's so many different ways to get in that tournament.
I see. I've actually never seen a San Martin in person, so I can't imagine what that's like. If you work for a quant firm, they back you. Sensible.
I'm gonna jump in along right here. It's kind
You're
of
jumping in along.
It's kind of frisky. It's like the opposite of the dead body. It's the
Yeah.
the fake dead body.
It's the Undertaker Undertaker dead body where he
Well, I
rises
mean, we're
out
at
of
the
the
bottom
coffin.
of this range. It's the end of the day. Are we really gonna sell off at the end of the day for no reason? Maybe,
I hope so.
but I'm just taking this range trade. It could be wrong, but it's worth a stab.
Or you could just pull chat and inverse us.
That's true. I should have done that.
Paddock Nautilus is the god of all watches. No, I wouldn't say so. I would not say so.
They're having a hard time though. I mean, they're starting to stack up a little bit. See them blues on the tape at some point here. If not, I might bail.
So do you just trade on gut feelings? I can't say no, but I don't want to say yes. But I can't say no. Check DMs sent you secret alpha. Oh, Stowe, I see. Oh, okay. Send to Leo.
He sent me a couch link with his affiliate code.
Use Stowe 15 for the best promo. He's getting like a free pillow out of it or something like that.
Very nice.
Yeah, Jeff, that's what it is. It's kind of like an intangible. It's intuitive at some point. Opening poly market side bet on whether XYTP will get hit before MOC. I think so.
Are you short?
I'm short, yeah.
Oh, damn. I didn't even
Short
notice.
too.
Damn, we are fading each other. And I didn't
Yeah,
even know
literally, quite literally, when you're like, I got short and probably within 10 seconds, you're like, I think I'm gonna long this. So that's why I was like, well, I hope it doesn't work. So Stowe can get a date just off the affiliate money. Yeah, I got short one just to hold it, and they just kept building volume. So I was like, I'll tack on another here, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, they got me. Whoa, what happened?
I don't know, but I'm down to one.
I love that.
I'm
I
gonna
love
break
getting
even this one.
slammed in news. What's the news?
All right, I gotta set a TP somewhere. I'm gonna put it here. All right, cool.
Where's
We're
Tracy?
flat.
This is definitely a news.
We're flatty.
Nice trade.
Thank you, thank you.
Trump's talking about shutdown or something. I mean, obviously Trump's tweeting.
Yeah, I'm happy with that quick one. I don't want to interact much with this. Whoever had the poly market. Who was that? Fractal. So what'd you get on the side bet?
They're gonna have a list on Friday of closing Democrat programs per Trump.
Stopping business with China.
Oh, is that what it was? Stopping business with China. Okay.
Considering stopping business with China.
Yeah, so sure. This is the Trump market.
And then Friday's big. My bad. I was cranky. I'm JK. I'm JK.
JK.
JK. JK. I was just in my feelings. I was in my feelings, guys. My bad. By the way, time to buy.
That was totally crashing out.
Yeah, I was just crashing out. My bad, chat. News for this move? Yes. Fitz says, I'll trade with you all day. I appreciate that, but might not be as well as you think. Your short swiped me out. I'm glad it did. Well played. Good game. Wow, chat is woo, just made bank. So people are definitely short. I didn't have my Diet Coke this morning.
I mean, I tried to get you to short up there at 23s with me, but you just were talking about booze.
Yeah. Honestly, after trying that short so many times, even before the stream started, I was just like, you know what, forget it. I think I've had enough of it. I would just decide I'm gonna wait for a potential break, and if they break and they can build it, I'll get the shorts then. And Trump blessed me.
He did.
Not even gonna pretend like that was the plan.
China purposely not buying our soybeans, causing difficult for our soybean farmers. That's an economically hostile act. So trade wars back on, off, on,
Well, it
back
depends.
on.
If the market chops for too long, you got to put the trade war back on. And then when you get out of the new range, you turn the trade war off.
Mm-hmm.
Shorted ES, best trade in a damn week.
Not buying soybeans, hostile. Threatening 100% tariffs, fine. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Well, YouTube goer, I would have told you if I knew. I got short because it's a dead body setup. That's just what I did. And then Trump also decided he likes the setup too. So I don't know. Maybe
It
he's
was a
seen a
Trump
few.
play.
Yeah. Trump likes it. Trump is the OG dead body setup guy. So yeah.
After Friday, I think you're correct.
Yeah.
A lot of crypto dead bodies.
Trump's favorite setup. What he doesn't
A
want
lot
you
of
to know.
crypto.
Better than Pelosi's strategy.
Order filled.
Yeah, VWAP is where I would have wanted to take the trade, but with all that craziness, I'm just gonna pull my money off the table. I'm happy with it.
You should have some support here. I don't know, when Trump's tweeting, there's support and resistance don't really matter. You just have market participants that just have to react. I don't know, I kind of like the long right here. I'm not gonna lie.
Lost my Ferragamos. Ah, sorry to hear, man.
All right, somebody lifted 200 lots here
That
at
might be
68.
that might have been the best two-lot trade I've ever had in my entire trading career. Best blessed by
Really?
Mr. Trump. Yeah, I mean, dang, that thing, I think I got 100 points on that last one, and it was like in a flash.
Those are the best.
Yeah, like that's actually insane. All because Trump didn't get his Cheerios in the morning.
Yeah.
Even without the Trump tweet, guys, it's a lot of volume and market orders and all that stuff built into this node. If something like this gets lost, quite commonly it is quite catastrophic, like Trump tweet aside. So yeah.
Gonna have to condense the screen down a bit.
What up, Kane? Kane, when you getting in?
He's already in Miami.
Oh, he's in Miami?
Mm-hmm.
When are you getting into Naples, the hotel?
A lot of volume that we left behind there, like you said.
Short life has this. Keep selling him. All right, well, he's short. Okay.
Yeah, I
Seems
mean,
like whole chat is all short.
yeah, is chat fully short? What an end of day dump.
You know, it's at least the market gave us something right before we got off for the chat to interact with.
Mm-hmm.
423s.
Somebody called Donald Trump and said, please make the market move.
423s.
For what?
Short life hacks
Yes,
wants
earlier I said
423s.
9. I was talking about 923s.
423. Oh, he wants this thing all the way.
4?
He wants it low of day. He wants the actual low of day.
Oh, damn. That is far.
I guess that's how you make Rolex money. Huh? God bless Trump. Turn a minus $400 day to a green day. Okay, I'm going to win. Oh, don't go there, man. They only take your money there. Thursday lunchtime.
There's a place here called Riverwind. Most of the locals call it Neverwind.
Riverwind? Didn't you say like where you are is the biggest casino in the States or something?
By square foot, it's on the border of Oklahoma and Texas.
All I know is still want to hit the casino tomorrow night, but dude, I don't get in until 10. I might have to go to bed. You know what I mean? Chat.
XY needs his beauty sleep.
They I think I'm doing Thursday morning with Chris. So I don't look, guys, I don't know what it's gonna be like on my laptop because it's old, because I don't really use a laptop much and it's just what I have. But yeah. Yeah, I'll be able to trade the open on Eastern time zone. So it's gonna be interesting.
That's crazy stuff because like you wake up and you can like work out, eat breakfast, get coffee,
I
read a
know,
book.
man. I see all of those
And it's
YouTube
fucking 9:30 and you're like, okay,
the
half the day's
YouTube
over.
gurus talking about look at my morning routine, and they've literally
You can do
like
it.
did
Legit.
16 different things,
Yeah, you
and then
can
you
do
start
it.
trading. To me, that's like that is so crazy. When it worked out, did 3 ice baths, had 4 meetings, work calls, built a business, made 3 LLCs, also stopped by the dealership, picked up a car, and now I'm doing pre-market analysis. It's like, what? Fractal bought every pullback on opening drive. Okay, so Fractal is incredibly rich today. Short life hacks, what are they trying to squeeze you to buy that sub? They can't sell, they can't offload that. It ain't like that no more. Are you looking for trades during Globex open? I don't trade Globex. It's too
Yeah,
slow.
same.
I don't even open my charts for Globex. Like it's really grueling. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people make tons of money at Globex. I just can't. My mental capital, it just goes and goes and goes, and Globex super slow, so I can't do it.
I would have tried to buy that little dip right there, but not right before the 50 algo.
It's algo time soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Globex has been popping. I am aware of that.
I think a lot of people are trading gold in Globex.
In Globex?
Hmm. They're just like legit opening the chart and buying it. And that's it. Not lying.
That sounds like 2022 markets when I could just get onto desk and be like, we're going pretty far down. I'm gonna
Attention
click sell,
traders,
and then the day's
it's
done.
algo time.
No, last 10 minutes, not really fits.
Am I cranky? No, Matt. I'm not cranky. I'm just a dad with a 4-month-old and a 6-year-old that both of them are trying to kill us.
Oh no!
2 kids, both trying to kill me. This is just my disposition. I'm honestly never in a bad mood. Ask XY. Yeah, but for dudes. The kids love you. My son is big into the evening routine. You're talking about a morning routine, XY? My son has the evening routine. You know what it is?
What's that?
You negotiate with him for 30 minutes just to put his jammies
Oh.
on and go to bed. And then for the next hour, you negotiate with him every time he gets out of bed to get back into bed.
So it's like the tariff war. He's using Trump's strategy, just keep renegotiating and stuff. And he
Yeah,
decided,
because
never
one
mind.
time he gets out and he's like, I'm hungry. I need a snack. And then he gets out again. And he's like, I need water. And then he gets out again. He's like, I've got an owie on my foot. I need a Band-Aid. And then, will you read a book? And then can you shut the closet door? All of it. He does all of the strategies. He's gonna he will make a great VC deal maker for sure. Yeah, I'm sure it would, Bob.
Aramis, thanks for hanging out, man. Oh, it looks like VWAP's found some liquidity. As it always does. The best squiggly line of all time.
The best what?
Squiggly line of all time.
Yeah.
See ya, Frinton. Who's
All right,
who's
see ya.
are you on with Nick tomorrow?
I'm on with Kane in the morning. And that's it. Yeah, I'm on with Kane in the morning. Nick, who's on tomorrow afternoon?
I think Nick is doing the afternoon.
With
Are you not doing afternoon?
who's on Wednesday? I'm always on Thursday.
Wednesday is usually me and Nick, but I'm literally spending all day flying to you guys, so I don't know. Maybe he's solo.
Maybe Nick's solo.
Solo dolo in a 10-point range. Let's see it.
Maybe there's a surprise. Maybe Kane is on.
Oh. Kane will know what it feels like. How do they go from trying to sell you a two-tone sub to a Speedmaster. That's actually insane. Do a morning giveaway where the winner is on stream with Nick at afternoon.
That would be funny.
I'm a good boy.
You talking about watches of Switzerland at the win? Of course the sub's on the table. It's gonna stay on the table.
Jim, Trump broke the market again.
Yeah, guys, please hit the likes because Jim's about to get on and
We need
we
the
don't
likes.
want him to be upset.
You guys ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, see?
Proof.
He'll never let us leave Naples. He's gonna lock us in the studio. To hold you off until Daytona is gray or nothing, man. That's what I did. Well, I got a pretty good deal on the black one, but obviously everyone wants a Panda. But yeah.
I am going to be doing tomorrow afternoon as well. So I'll be on in the morning and the afternoon. So I'm on with Nick. I was just
208.
informed.
Is it your first double?
No.
284 likes. We might as well just stay.
Wow.
Nick's like, I don't even want to meet up anymore. I don't even want to meet up in Naples anymore. Just cancel the whole thing. What's the point?
Oh my goodness. And one of them was mine, just to clarify, because anybody's wondering.
Sure.
Wow. Well, we're living in exciting times.
May you live in exciting times.
China's not buying our soybeans anymore.
And Trump's throwing a fit about it.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the gist here?
I guess.
Worked out for me, so it's cool. He can throw a fit for the rest of the day.
Is the Bitcoin
He can go
crashing?
stream into a pillow if he wants.
Bitcoin is 113,000.
Looks like they're all down, but were they already down?
Yeah, but they were fighting back. At least
Okay.
the Bitcoin was, and then it just gave up just this last 30 minutes period here.
Yeah.
So
What's your biggest watch fail? 31K for a Panda is not bad right now. If it's a new reference 126. They're going for like 35, I think. So you should consider it.
what are you talking about?
The short life in chat is talking about watches.
Oh, jeez.
The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin,
Exactly.
not just any Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a little concerning.
See
See where the NASDAQ ended up. It's going toward right now. Yeah, that's a pretty big red candle here. Yeah, Trump must have said something.
Lately,
Oh
all
yeah,
the
he's throwing
candles are pretty big.
he's throwing a shit fit about soybeans.
Oh man. There you
Market
have
go
it.
up, market go down. Market go up.
And then market go
Trump
up.
get mad, market back
Market
down.
go down only to go up. Tail as
Well,
always.
it's funny because we filled that RTH gap in the NASDAQ and then never
Mhm.
really made it much further. Whereas in the S&P,
Oh, you're saying the gap from yesterday's close.
yeah.
The fake gap. Okay.
Well, yeah, I know. We got
Hey, I'm just saying.
I got edgeful stats to lean on. That's why
I'm just saying. Well, the thing is that if you take a stat from something that happens every day, it's just not that meaningful to me.
Really? Isn't the more data
Yeah.
points the better?
Well, no, because you're always going to open away from yesterday's close. So
Well,
Jim, on Tuesdays, there's a 70% chance that you close the prior day gap, right?
It was
You'd be like,
74%. It was
okay,
74% today. Yeah.
74%. That's fire, right?
Yeah.
But then what if I also said, but Jim, on those days, on Tuesdays, we usually open within 15 points of yesterday's close.
They're two mutually exclusive things.
No, they're not.
Sure.
Okay.
You're talking the gap size.
No, I'm just saying, if you take a stat like that and it's 74%, right?
Yeah.
And then you omit the fact that on Tuesdays, and I'm just making this up, but let's just say on Tuesdays we generally open within like a 5-minute bar, like an average 5-minute bar of that prior day close.
Yeah.
Well, of course it's 74% because the market's just going to go, it's going to trade that price no matter what.
Not no matter what. It's got
If a random 5-minute bar is 15 to 17 points and you open within that 15 to 17 points, I mean, you're going to trade that no matter what.
The likelihood of that filling is greater with the smaller gap, is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just using that you're missing the full picture, I think. When you just say, like, when you just take yesterday's close compared to the open,
yeah,
and you say, well, this happens 74% of the time. Well, what if out of that 74%, 50% of the time, it's a matter of we opened so close to that prior day close level that we were going to trade that prior day close regardless of whether it was a reference level in the market anyway.
So you're saying that the 74% is skewed because of the smaller gap days?
It's potentially skewed. You don't get all of the data, so you don't actually know.
So it's don't believe everything you see.
Today
they don't give you. I'm not saying they as in like Edgeful. I'm not picking about like a fight with Edgeful. I'm just saying that if you could filter that opening distance,
yeah,
then I think it would be more meaningful. Like if you said every time we open within 40 points or 50 points away from that prior day close, and it was still 70%, then I'd be like banger.
Okay,
that's
so
more meaningful.
Okay, so if the gap is 1% instead of 0.1%, then you could know the difference between the two stats because you could run separate statistics.
Right.
I hear you.
It's not Leo versus Edgeful. It's just it has nothing to do with Edgeful, but it just has everything to do with filtering out things that would have happened by random nature anyway.
Yes, in trading gap fills, just because they're gaps, you need to do your regular analysis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I agree with that. 100%. Yeah, but today was a good one. Just saying.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that.
Oh boy. Anyway,
you had to suffer a 2,000 point drawdown to get that fill.
Not unless you entered when the drawdown.
Yeah. I mean, if you bought the blow, for sure. But yeah, no, I'm just joking around.
No, I know. I understand what you're saying. Totally. Speaking of that, though, tomorrow, you guys are talking about tomorrow, right? Yeah, we have Kane and Leo. I have both you and Kane together trading the open on my cheat sheet.
Yes.
And then I see Nick coming in.
And with Leo.
Is the relief pitcher.
In the afternoon.
I see Nick at midday markets at 11.
And to trade the close. All right.
Oh, yeah. Nick's doing double duty. You're both doing double duty.
Both of you guys.
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of me and Nick tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good.
Probably too much.
Well, and then when are you arriving in Naples?
TBD.
It's TBD.
TBD, to be determined.
It's like we're a day away.
I know.
He might show up on Saturday or something. Hey, how long are you guys gonna be there? You guys still gonna hang around, or?
I'm not leaving until Leo gets there. I will not leave until I get to spend at least 24 hours with Leo. So if he doesn't show, I'm
Till
going to stay
Sunday.
down in Naples for like till next year.
Next year. All right. Mark that down then.
Oh my goodness. So anyway, before you though, we have Richard Meyer, I'm sorry, is going to be a special guest with Shy and Deli tomorrow morning. And then Farm is the man for Tape Talk. So that's going to complete our day. And then Thursday, everybody remember, we're only going half a day. Thursday morning, doing the broadcast. Thursday afternoon, we are they say dark, they call it dark, we're dark. And then Friday, we're completely off too. So special kind of modified long weekend. Everybody could enjoy a long weekend. There'll be some probably clips floating around. So if you're not following everybody on X, my guess is you should, because you might find some fun clips that are being thrown out there. Just saying. I don't know. I don't have any inside information, but I'm just.
No, I'm nervous.
It'll be good.
You should be nervous.
I'm just gonna stay away in the corner, look at away from all the cameras. Don't say anything.
Yeah, we all have to sign release forms when we get into the studio. First thing.
Yeah, because Jim wants to lock us up for not getting enough likes. All the streams
stalling
now
right
will
now.
be from Naples.
Do we have even? Where's my screen at? Oh, we got 300. Hang on, we have more than 300. All right, we got to wrap it up. Sorry, we're in triple overtime. Anyway, thank you everybody for subscribing. Thank you everybody for hitting that thumbs up button. Thank you everybody for being part of the Ninja Trader live community. You are all awesome as usual, and we're looking forward to hitting it heavy and strong tomorrow all day. Having said all that, most important message today, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.
See you, chat.
See you, chat.